G6 Production. Good morning, colleagues, senatorial and central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Before we begin, and before we proceed to roll call, I would like to take this opportunity to note that this week, beginning October 23rd to October 31st, is Red Ribbon Week. The mission of Red Ribbon Week is to keep our children drug-free. The Red Ribbon Week campaign across the nation is promoting today, October 25th, as Sit Down with Your Family Day. Family Day is recognized as a national effort to promote family dinners as an effective way to reduce youth substance abuse and other risky behaviors. The Red Ribbon Week site shared some important information on family meals. It shared that the National Center on Addiction and Substance Abuse at Columbia University found that more often kids eat dinner with their families, 5 to 7 per week, the less likely they are to smoke, drink, or use drugs. Establishing a routine with your children is important. Dinner is the easiest way to engage and communicate with your children. Our society is dashing and moving ever so quickly every day. Let us commit to sit together for family meals more often. The month of October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month as well. This is when we pause to educate our community and share many beautiful stories of survivors. Cancer Support VI is celebrating October as Pinktober. They have done this for the past 10 years. Cancer Support VI has set up pink booths at Costules and the market in St. Thomas every Saturday in October to raise funds. As CSVI says, no donation is too small and every donation is matched dollar for dollar. Their booth will be at Costules this Saturday, October 28th. On October 28th, speaking of that date, Living Hope Cathedral Team Hope is scheduled to have a faith walk along the waterfront from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., meeting at the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute at 6 a.m. for a warm-up. This event is open to the public and all faiths are welcome. Donations to CFVI are encouraged during October, and they are doubled by your generous match and sponsorship, dollar for dollar. For more information about CSVI, contact Bob McChord, Director of CSVI, at 340-474-5129. I definitely will be at that walk. I love early morning walk. It's so good and healthy for your body. Friday, October 27th is Independence Day for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We take this opportunity to say Happy Independence Day to our friends, neighbors, and brothers and sisters here in the Virgin Islands and in St. Vincent and Grenadines under the leadership of Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez. Gonzalez is the longest continuously serving head of government since St. Vincent and the Grenadines became independent in 1979. Again, we say Happy Independence Day to all of the persons from that island nation. Finally, well, not finally, I really want to take this opportunity to express our deepest condolences to the family, loved ones of Director Darrell George, who passed yesterday. We announced it. One of my committee members announced it in the Committee on Housing, Telecommunications, and Transportation yesterday. And so we all mourn the loss of him. We are very thankful for his service. He was passionate as a first responder. And just so I can let you know, October 28th, this coming Saturday is National First Responder Day. National First Responder Day recognizes our firefighters, police, paramedics, emergency technicians, nurses, doctors, military personnel, and anyone on the front line to help when an emergency or disaster strikes, just like our late Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, Darrell George. So if you see somebody today who is a first responder, don't forget to say thank you. Thank you for all the work you do and that you appreciate them. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we have a quorum. Thank you, colleagues. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences to be read into the record?
Yes, we do.
Kindly proceed with reading the correspondence, Madam Clerk.
A letter sent October 25th, 2023, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlton, Mali, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairwoman Joseph, I would like to extend my apologies for my delayed arrival at today's October 25th, 2023 Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting due to unforeseen circumstance. I am unable to attend the beginning of the meeting. I kindly request that your understanding to be excused until I can join the meeting. I look forward to actively participating as soon as I can attend. Thank you in advance for your consideration. I appreciate your understanding of this situation. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to reading the first item to be considered in Block 1 of today's committee agenda.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 11 a.m. on Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. The committee received testimony concerning Bill number 35-0027, an act honoring and commending Mr. Myron Corbett posthumously for his many contributions to the youth of the territory, renaming the basketball court located in Honors Retreat, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands as the Myron Corbett basketball court, making an appropriation to erect signage at the basketball court and for other related purposes. This bill is sponsored by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory, Marvin A. Blyden, Ray Fonseca, and Carla J. Joseph. The invited testifiers are Ms. Shayla Solomon, Mr. Kaylin Gregory, Mr. Omari Hicks, and Mr. Allison Petros. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 1 of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0027? Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you are recognized.
Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers that's here this morning. Thank you for being here. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to all those within the sound of my voice. This morning, it gives me great pleasure, and with great pride, I bring before you Bill number 35-0027, an act honoring and commending Mr. Myron Corbett posthumously for his many contributions to the youth of the territory, and renaming, and this one is a surprise because I'm making an amendment, naming the Charlotte Amalie High School Gymnasium in his honor. So the amendment will be coming. And I also want to add that Mr. Myron Corbett happens to be the baby brother of one of our legendary athletes and gym teachers at Charlotte Amalie High School, Mr. Arthur Solomon. And at the appropriate time, I will be bringing the legislation or the honor and commend in favor of Mr. Arthur Solomon to name the gymnasium in honor of those two brothers, Mr. Arthur Solomon and Mr. Myron Corbett. The Charlotte Amalie High School Gymnasium, we know that CHS is being rebuilt. So what's the best time? Now. And this is a good day, although we've had so much tragedy here in the territory. But it's a good day because I am going to talk about Mr. Myron Corbett. He came from a family of athletes. His brother Winston Solomon, I already mentioned Arthur Solomon, Sylvester Charles, and George Corbett. They all were athletes that contributed to the athletic field here in the Virgin Islands and in this district in particular. Mr. Corbett, though, he has made invaluable contributions to the youth of the territory. He held numerous positions here in St. Thomas, to include the athletic director and coach of the Charlotte Amalie High School girls basketball team. He was a teacher and the director of the well-known television program Graffiti Street. He has done so much for young people in the Virgin Islands, and I'm certain that you will hear from some of them today as they testify on his behalf. He did coach, like I said earlier, the women's varsity basketball team at UVI, St. Thomas campus, and created the Virgin Islands Housing Authority Free Your Mind Basketball League, just to name a few. His dedication and commitment to fostering the growth and development of our young individuals cannot be overstated, as he has positively impacted the lives of countless youth and providing them with opportunities to excel both on and off the court. This initiative to name the Charlotte Amalie High School Gymnasium in his honor is a fitting tribute to his enduring legacy. And I'll give you a story about Mr. Corbett. When I actually worked at the Department of Education as the I think I was the deputy commissioner at the time, or assistant commissioner. He had some students that were traveling, and one night I was home in my living room watching television, and I heard someone knocking on my kitchen window, and I was like, "How this person get in my yard, and who's knocking on my kitchen window?" Those kids were to travel the next day. And he brought all the paperwork and said, "These man is joke. I need my thing signed. I need you to sign it, Assistant Commissioner." I said, "But Mr. Corbett, I got on my pajamas." I talking to him out of my kitchen window. I ain't coming out. He said, "I is joke. I need this signed." So I said, "Give me a minute." I had to come up, get myself together, bring him in the house, and we sign off on the documents so the children can travel. So he fought for children as well. And he didn't do it for himself. He really did it for the young people of the Virgin Islands. And I'll tell you that my family actually benefited from his indelible work that he did here in the Virgin Islands. My oldest son had the privilege of being scouted right here in St. Thomas as a homegrown basketball player to play at St. John's University and to play at I can't remember the other one. He'll tell you when it's his turn to talk. But he eventually went to Marist University, Marist College, and he went there on a 5-year scholarship because of the dedication of Mr. Myron Corbett. And those coaches came right here in the Virgin Islands and sat in my living room to talk to me about my son because of Mr. Corbett. And there's one other story I'm going to give you, and then I'm going to give it up. So the Virgin Islands national team, and my son probably don't want me to talk about this, but I have to. So the Virgin Islands national team. Of course, my son was on the Virgin Islands national team, and they were traveling to Cuba. And this happened, I can't remember the year, but it's a long time ago, before the internet was so in your face. And I remember the night before they traveled, my son sat there and said, "But Mom, I'm going to Brazil, and I don't have a passport, and it says here that you need a passport to go to Cuba." I said, "Don't worry, man. Those guys from the Virgin Islands national team have it all together. They know what they're doing." He said, "Mom, I don't feel good about this." Anyway, he listened to his mother and he went on a trip. I didn't hear from him for the entire weekend, which seems strange. Him and Myron Corbett got arrested in Cuba because they did not have Cuban passports. And they stayed there in a Cuban jail for the entire weekend. So Mr. Corbett is family to me. He's family. Yes, I'm so sorry that he's not here. And we really should have done this when he was here. And he probably won't go on do it. He'll probably say, "Man, that man is joke, man. I ain't want no honoring." I'm sure we'll hear more about it today. But seriously, he really was a dedicated teacher, dedicated to the youths of the Virgin Islands. And this is a very fitting honor. And if this is, what we can do to ensure that his legacy remains here in the Virgin Islands, and we remember him. And when students pass through the halls of Charlotte Amalie High School and they ask, "So who was Myron Corbett?" We will be able to give the story. So I want to ask my colleagues to lend their support and sign on this measure honoring Mr. Myron Corbett, as we not only pay tribute to his remarkable contributions, but also inspire you to strive for greatness. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. At this time, having a little bit of feedback as I manage the meeting. At this time, I'd like to recognize here in the chambers with us, we have 2 testifiers, Ms. Shayla Solomon and also the Honorable Ali's son, Ali Petras, former senator. He's here joining us in the chambers. And I note that we have 2 testifiers online, and that's Mr. Kalen Gregory, as well as Mr. Omari Peterkin. And I would like to welcome all four of you to the committee meeting this morning as we vet Bill number 35-0027. What I would like to do is ask Mr. Omari Peterkin. We want to be able to do some sound check, and also ask Mr. Kalen Gregory to just say a pleasant Virgin Islands good morning to those of us in the chambers as well as those joining us virtually. Mr. Peterkin.
Good morning, everyone.
Wonderful. We can hear and see you very well. Mr. Gregory.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Very good. We can hear and see you as well. And with those in the chambers joining us, we'll begin with the lady. First, Ms. Solomon. Just say a good morning so we make sure everything is operating properly.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. Shayla Solomon.
Good morning. And the Honorable.
Good morning, Senators. Alison Petrus.
Good morning, and thank you all. We're going to begin with receiving testimony in this order. First, it will be Mr. Omari Peterkin, then Mr. Kalen Gregory, and followed by Ms. Shayla Solomon, and we're going to round it up with the Honorable Alison Ali Petrus. Mr. Peterkin, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record regarding Bill number 35-0027.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee of Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and senators present. My name is Omari Peterkin, and I am honored to have the opportunity to speak about Coach Myron Corbett. Coach Corbett dedicated his life to helping the youth and student athletes of the U.S. Virgin Islands to achieve their dreams. He assisted in applying and obtaining full scholarships in collegiate sports of all levels. He created educational and sports programs that allowed the youth of the Virgin Islands to travel and expand their knowledge of the world. He was also instrumental in molding numerous young adults into responsible, hardworking, and generous citizens. As a young athlete growing up in the Virgin Islands, I never thought I could play basketball beyond the islands, much less play in college and professionally on an international level. I lacked the belief in myself, but Coach Corbett had confidence in me and encouraged me to apply to several Division I programs in the United States, where I was able to obtain a full basketball scholarship and additionally was able to complete multiple master's degrees. He saw my potential and encouraged me to pursue basketball, igniting a passion in me that I never knew I had. As a result of his great coaching skills, vision, support, guidance, and belief in me, it allowed me to play basketball in different regions of the world, experiencing different cultures, languages, religions, and forming lifelong relationships. Coach Corbett had a great impact on my life and played a significant role in molding the person that I am today. I cannot express enough gratitude to him for influencing my life in such a positive way. He was a kind, caring person, well-respected, who made the youth of this territory a priority. He believed that the youth are the future, and as a result, he devoted much of his life to this fact. He promoted education, taught life lessons, promoted diversity and involvement in sports. He was one of the best life coaches I could have asked for. It is a privilege to be a part of the dedication of this basketball court in order to honor Coach Corbett. It is also an honor to speak about him as he was a visionary. May his legacy continue to inspire and influence generations of youth of the Virgin Islands. May he always be remembered as a man who dedicated his life, love, knowledge, and wisdom to the youths of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, senators, for inviting me to be a part of this dedication ceremony.
And thank you so much, Mr. Peterkin, for that very passionate, very sound presentation regarding the late Mr. Myron Corbett. Now, the chair will recognize Mr. Kalen Gregory. You are recognized to read into the record your testimony in support of this measure.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Senator Joseph and senators of the 35th Legislature. My name is Kalen Gregory, and I'm here to speak in support of Myron Corbett. Myron was more than a coach to me. He was a mentor, a leader, and ultimately he became family. Unfortunately, he's not here with us today, but what better time to honor him than now? I jumped at the chance to speak on behalf of Myron because of his dedication to empowering the children of the Virgin Islands and myself. I had the privilege of being coached by Myron during my high school years, and I can confidently say he played a pivotal role in shaping who I am today. Growing up in St. Thomas, the opportunity to become a college athlete was limited, and receiving a scholarship to play Division I basketball was just a pipe dream, but not to Myron. He believed in me and saw potential that I didn't know existed. It was more than just his dedication to the game of basketball that made Myron truly special. He taught me many life lessons and instilled the importance of having a strong work ethic. Thanks to Myron, I learned to think bigger and to not limit myself. When I told him that I was applying to Division III colleges, he replied, "Are you crazy? You're playing D1." At the time, I didn't think it was remotely possible and honestly didn't think it made much sense, but he made it his duty not only to train me, but to create my high school highlight tape, call countless coaches to advocate on my behalf. He did all of this for free without me asking and just because he believed in me. All we need is one yes, he would say. Myron was instrumental in helping me secure a full Division I basketball scholarship from Marist College in New York. During my time at Marist, I was a four-year letterman, a team captain, and I graduated with honors in economics. That opportunity allowed me to launch my career in finance, and I'm currently a senior manager at NASDAQ in New York City. While I'm enjoying my current role, I also look forward to the day when I can return home to St. Thomas and contribute to future generations like Myron did. Though his time with us was brief, he lived a life of purpose and left a lasting mark on the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, for the proposal and members of the 35th Legislature for recognizing Myron's impact on the Virgin Islands. I'm looking forward to the memories that will be made on his court. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gregory, for that very telling picture that you just spoke about, showing how Mr. Corbett influenced your life positively. We deeply appreciate that. Now, Ms. Shayla Solomon, you may kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good day, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, members of the committee, all other senators present, and primary sponsor of Bill 35-0027, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. My name is Shayla Solomon, and I have the distinct honor on behalf of the family of the late Myron Corbett to greet this body and take a moment to say thank you for the recognition of an outstanding Virgin Islander who I got to call Uncle Myron. And my father, his older brother, Mr. Arthur Gutu Solomon, is also present in the chambers, and my auntie Inez. I know that his mom, my grandmother, is watching right now. His brothers and sisters, they're viewing. I know that they are watching from DC, nieces and nephews, and his daughter as well. The family is truly touched by the actions of Senator Donna Fred Gregory and this body in recognizing him for his countless contributions. And per the proposed amendment to name the Charlotte Amalia High School Gymnasium in his honor, Bill 35-0027 provides a detailed synopsis of his extraordinary life, a life of service, a life filled with purpose, and a passion to make a difference. Ask anyone about Corbett, Coach Corbett, Myron, MC, or my uncle, and they will certainly have a lot to say. But regardless of the content of their words or context in which it is presented, one common theme will surface: Myron Corbett cared. Mediocrity was not in his vocabulary, and he ensured that those around him strive to always do their best. He especially wanted to see the youth of the Virgin Islands thrive and reach greater heights in their lives. Undoubtedly, he was stern. He was a force to be reckoned with, but that was because Corbett knew your true potential, even if you could not see it. He pushed and pushed until greatness was revealed. Bill 35-0027 speaks of accomplishments, championships, scholarships, innovative ideas, community involvement, and his innate pioneering attributes. There is no doubt that he is deserving of this honor. And to have this bill presented before this body is a fitting recognition that I know my uncle would appreciate. We lost him in 2017. He was truly gone too soon. But his legacy will forever live on as a distinguished educator, public servant, community advocate, skilled coach, visionary, and embodiment of Virgin Islands pride. Uncle Myron wore many hats, and with each role, he gave selflessly of his time, efforts, and talents in countless ways. His unwavering standard of excellence and stellar work ethic stretched across all areas of his professional, civic, and community involvement. He was tough, but it was a testament of his character and the vested interest possessed for the place that he called home. He opened the door to a world of opportunities for our young people, and that is commendable. Corbett always had their backs. Even if he was speaking at a volume that might be considered shouting, he had their backs on and off the court, on school campus, in communities, on television sets, on trips, in difficult meetings with administrators, and by remaining steadfast in all of his endeavors. He did not just talk the talk. He backed it with all that he had to give, and we loved him for it. You're going to hear a little bit about his time with Graffiti Street, and I was so honored to have the opportunity to be on Graffiti Street while my uncle served as the director of that organization. That gave me my start in communications, which is my love and my passion. And I can recall one of our last trips when we traveled to Rome, Italy. He took a group of students from the Virgin Islands, students who never even went inter-island. He took them to Rome, Italy, and that was just the tip of some of the things that he did in his capacity with Graffiti Street. On behalf of his family, we say thank you, Chairwoman Joseph, senators, and bill sponsor Fred Gregory for recognizing Myron Corbett through bill number 35-0027. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Ms. Solomon, for painting such a riveting picture of your uncle and the person, Mr. Myron Corbett, who we are considering bestowing an honor today. Next, we'll have the Honorable Alison Ali Petrus. Welcome, Senator Petrus, and you may now proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm a little hoarse today. Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow senators. Before I begin, I want to speak of how proud I am to see your son, Caleb. He was just on the screen. I'm truly, truly proud. I know from whence he came. And the job that you have done with not just him alone, but the other kids is awesome. It's commendable. Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow senators. It is with great gratitude and enthusiasm that I sit before you to honor the life work of my late friend and brother, Myron Corbett. He was truly my brother. Myron and I grew up together in Oswald Harris Court, or where we called New Housing. Our childhood in housing was rich with experience. There we played ball together, literally fought together, or fought each other, and dreamt big dreams. The old people would say we were high-minded or we were even bigoted in our thoughts. We dreamt of leaving a lasting legacy in our community, and that Myron did. Though he was slightly younger, Myron was so talented, he played on our neighborhood basketball teams with the older guys. He perfected the no-look pass before Magic Johnson and the killer crossover dribble before Allen Iverson. And so many of you know him as Coach Corbett, but before Coach Corbett, he was a basketball player, a real basketball player. He was a good basketball player. But Myron's greatest asset was not his talent on the court, but rather the size of his heart in working with the young people in our community. In the early 1990s, when he returned to St. Thomas, Myron joined me as the assistant producer of the award-winning teen television talk show, Graffiti Street. And I know the people in the media said they could not at least present or show this on the screen, but I just want to, if they can do a little close-up so people can see some of the work that we did. This was a magazine that we did back in 1994. We did one subsequent to that in 1995. And the purpose of this magazine was to use it as a scholarship vehicle to give to kids who were in the program that were going to school. These are all some of the things that Myron did. And if you look through the books are filled with articles written by the students themselves, and it was professionally produced. And so I'm very proud to have worked with Myron on this and a lot of other things. When I was elected to this body, Myron carried on the legacy of Graffiti Street for over a decade. When it came to the youth, he had a big heart and a bigoted way of thinking, okay, as the old folks would say, okay? He had a dream of taking our youth beyond the borders of the Virgin Islands, okay? We started out going to, it was this little key off of Freedom Hoy, and I forgot the name of it, but we stayed there for a weekend. From there, we went to Mahu Bay, and we stayed on a campground. From there, we went to Bruce Bay, Tortola, and stayed on their campground. And guess what? Myron's idea was, we need to explore the world. And from there, we started raising money, using this magazine as a vehicle to raise money, and we ended up in Europe. We did a tour from England to Germany to Paris. I mean, we went all over the place, and I give Myron the credit because my thought process was, okay, let's get them to experience the neighboring islands. Myron was, no, let's get them to experience the world. And so that's what I talk about, his bigoted way of thinking. He thought big, okay? So when it came to the youth, he had this bigoted way of thinking. He had a dream of taking our youth beyond the borders, as I said before, from America to Europe to South America. The youth of Graffiti Street saw and experienced the world because of Myron. Okay? I wrote in the foreword of this magazine here because he was truly a dreamer. He dreamt big dreams, and all of us are dreamers, but the distinction between most of us is that our dreams stop when we wake up, and realize that, hey, this is really far-fetched. We can't do this. But in Myron's case, he was a dreamer who wanted to transform his dream to a reality. And that's the distinction between most dreamer and the doers. He was actually a dreamer that transformed his dream to reality and made it happen. And so he used the favorite word he would use is about anyone who tried to be a firefighter to out his fire. He would say that some of these people jokey. You know, these people jokey. Yeah, and that was related to, and some people are just put in this world to try to out your fire. And Myron was insisting that he would get these things done. So I wrote in the foreword of Graffiti Street 1994 magazine, and it applies to Myron today, only a dreamer can rise above the restricting thoughts of the common mind. When it is common to say, I can't, the dreamer challenges, why not? He asks why not because he knows no limits. The production and success of Graffiti Street are manifestations of a dream. In a positive sense, I characterize it as a dream out of control. For control is restricting, and dreams hate restrictions. Myron was a dreamer, and he lived and carried out his dream without restrictions. He avoided or tried to go through those people he called jokey. Those were the firefighters who tried to out his fire. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Petrus, for that very telling and powerful testimony. Colleagues, I believe this ends the testimony of all the testifiers scheduled to appear this morning on this bill. We will begin by having one round of 4 minutes. Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to everyone. I bring warm greetings to all those providing testimony today and also to everyone listening. Blessings, blessings. Myron Corbett, well, sir, listen, you know, this is my best friend. You know, we go all the way back, you know, go to our Senator Gregory said Arthur Solomon. I call him Gutu. You know, his daughter Sheila, who's testifying today, you know, we're so proud of her. That's my goddaughter. Her mother Lucina, grandma here is all, you know, a family, you know. Myron was such a gentleman, right? Now, most of the things Myron and I did together, I can't say. But he was my best friend. He used to like to travel, you know, and thing, you know, we went all over together. You know, he was a very serious guy, you know. He loved to help, you know. I remember when he was down UVI with the basketball coach. I think one time he was the athletic director. And Myron, you know, sometimes, you know, he would make decisions, you know, but he was always, you know, had the best of hearts, you know, the Graffiti Street. You know, my son Sergio was part of the Graffiti Street for many years. A wonderful, wonderful guy. You know, I never see Myron in like a bad light. He was very respectable guy. You know, he was serious. You know, he enjoyed life. You know, but you know, he was an educated person and he could afford certain things, so he enjoyed himself. You know, boy, I tell you, you know, when he had, you know, passed away, it was such a sudden thing. It wasn't even like fair, you know, how that happened, you know. But I am so proud. I have to give special thanks to the bill sponsor. You know, I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. It is so fitting that we recognize Myron Corbett, you know, and also his brother Gutu, you know, is a tag team, you know, the whole family, their family, my family, all of us, best friend, you know, we over to their house. Jimo used to be involved, and you know, all kind of thing, you know, is a blessing, you know. Myron, you know, I would like to say, you know, rest in peace, brother, and may the good Lord continue to bless your soul abundantly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Oh no, one quick question. I wanted to ask Sheila, the daughter, the niece. And also, Petrus, give me one occasion that Myron showed his commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. Please, one good occasion. Thank you.
So there's so many, but everything for him, of course, was about the students. And I recall on numerous occasions, it didn't matter who he had to offend if it was in the best interests of students, especially his athletes, the basketball players. And I can recall on numerous occasions, because I lived with him for a period with my dad, he would come home so frustrated. My dad was the person to keep him calm, but he really went above and beyond to make sure that they had opportunities. So it's hard to pinpoint just one, but I know for a fact when it came to athletics and sports in the territory, he wanted to ensure that students had opportunities all the time. So I'm gonna stick to that.
Yeah, thank you. And that's what I was saying about when he made certain decisions at UVI. That was Myron. Sometimes he'll make a decision and that's it. Mr. Petros, please.
I mean, there's a whole lot, but he would always, let's say the lunch league as an example. He created this lunch league where, it was like a craze. I went to one of the games of the lunch leagues, and we were one of the sponsors, and the whole gym was, the atmosphere was so crazy. And this was a dream that he had about the lunch league. Then he would always call me and throw different things at me. He created these hats with some sayings or stuff like that. It's like, what do you think about this? I think this hair could go off good. But guess what? It was always not for his own enrichment. It was for the enrichments of the kids. Because he would take and give all he had. He was a very simple person, live a simple life. All he wants to do is to make sure the kids get what they want. And he would call me all hours complaining about when there was the commissioner. All hours, that was Miss Fred, Senator Fred's commissioner at that time. And, about these jokey people. And and if you stood in his way, you would be called jokey too. So I always try to help him out in whichever way I could.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessing.
Thank you so much for bringing a little bit of laughter and joy for us, especially the Honorable Petros, depicting Mr. Corbett and something that it was true about his character when he was frustrated with the movement of our people in leadership to help our young people. So I really want to really thank you. And now I would like to recognize Senator Milton E. Potter for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to colleagues, and a special good morning to our testifiers here before us today, former Senator Ali Allison Petros, as well as Ms. Shayla Solomon. I see Gutu and crew in the audience. Good morning, everyone. This is really a no-brainer in terms of supporting this initiative. I always say that I believe that progressive communities honor and support and encourage and recognize their own when they have achieved excellence. And without question, Myron Corbett is worthy and deserving of this honor. He was a relentless advocate for young people. He was driven. He was an athlete. He was a coach. He was a producer. He was a role model. And we have to be appreciative for his willingness to go above and beyond to encourage young people to push through their limits and to overcome the challenges that they may encounter in life and to stay focused with respect to their goals, achieving their goals. I just wanted to ask the two testifiers today, if you knew the source, and on the screen, yeah, the two testifiers on the screen also, where did he get his relentless drive from? And maybe Gutu might be the one more qualified to answer that question. But where did he get his relentless focus, drive, and passion from? And secondly, tell us something about Coach Corbett that the average person may not know.
Yeah,
That you could share with us today.
Yeah, let me say, you use the right word, passion, because if you have a passion for something, it ignites a drive in you that in most people who are relentless, it would cause them to go above and beyond. Sometimes, different people act in different ways or respond in different ways, but he had a passion, a serious passion for the kids, the youth of the Virgin Islands, from time he returned home. And that was his single focus. He would see kids like Senator Gregory's son. They're not going to Sheldon Mali High School. So typically you would say, okay, we really don't have anything to do with those kids, But it was the Virgin Islands kids, and that was his passion. That was his interest. I remember one time we did a production in the White House at that time. And we were doing a production on one of the wings. And we got back to the hotel. And one of the kids, bless his soul, he has since passed, was really, really acting up. And, we wanted all our kids to be on their best behavior in the White House. But this one kid was not. And so we got back to the hotel and we were trying to decide, me, him, and Miss Carol Calwood, what we should do with this kid. And so we decided we were going to send him back to St. Thomas to his parents. So we called his parents, as tough as Myron is, said, no, man, let's give him a next chance, And truly, the kids would all benefit from that. He talked tough, but he was a little teddy bear. He was a teddy bear inside, when it comes to the kids. He wanted to give them opportunities, lasting opportunities. And so that was one of the examples where, the tough exterior didn't match the response that he gave. And of course, we gave the kid a second chance instead of sending him home.
Gotcha.
Time.
So if I may, I think definitely so the family, it's a core and strong family. And as I mentioned before, my father, his older brothers in the chambers right now, I know his brothers and sisters are watching right now. They are a tight group. And he had older siblings, and they all played basketball. It was competitive. And excellence runs in the family. So when I made that statement about mediocrity not being in his vocabulary, it's because he learned from his siblings, again, the importance of always doing your best and making my grandmother proud, his mother. So it's really a situation where the guidance and the molding of his village, it definitely was a village to include his siblings and those around him that really helped to mold him and shape him, his passion, his drive, his commitment. I will echo the sentiment of former Senator Petrus. He cared. A lot of people may see him shouting and carrying on and very upset, but when you see him at home, he's losing sleep because he wants to know how can he do more for students? How can he do more for the team and for the school? Like, he's losing sleep because of that. And in looking at his health, he always put himself second. Everything else was first. The team was first. The school was first. Graffiti Shoe was first. Everything was first before him. So I think that's one thing that a lot of people fail to realize, that even though you may think he was tough, he was rough, he didn't speak to you right, it was because he wanted the best.
Thank you so much for your insights, Shayla and Ali. And at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I plan to vote an absolute affirmative to pass Bill number 35 2021-0027, and I plan to sign on as a co-sponsor. Thank you very much.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Senator Potter. There was that tag team years ago. So, Senator Potter, thank you so kindly for your probing and the answers that we received from the testifiers. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues, or to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. First and foremost, I welcome this piece of legislation because I don't think my mic is on. Can you hear it?
Media, kindly put on Senator Francis Heiliger's mic. Continue, Senator Heiliger.
Okay.
And
There you
one
go.
moment. Madam Clerk, be sure to just start Senator Francis Heiliger's time at the appropriate time, at the beginning.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Good morning once again to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, to the staff. I welcome this piece of legislation. I am one of those individuals here in the territory, specifically in this institution, that appreciate when we take the time out to applaud and celebrate those that have had a major impact on the lives of the people of the territory. You know, I look at these resolutions as a way of securing information for history. And, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, our children knowing who we are and what has been done, and making sure they're educated about the history of this territory. And it's resolutions such as these honoring people such as Mr. Corbett does that. So I'm very appreciative of these types of things. But I want to ask you, Ms. Solomon, what are some of the things over the years that you would say that was most impactful that you heard in the community about Coach Corbett that stuck out to you the most?
So I think it would definitely be the scholarship opportunities. There were so many students who did not see themselves going on to obtain a higher education or even to play collegiate sports. And he opened that door. He made sure that they had those opportunities. So it's always good when you bump into somebody and you say, "Your uncle, he was tough, but he made sure that XYZ." And there are so many former students and athletes that played for him, and even members of Graffiti Street who talked about the opportunities. And I use that word a lot because he provided opportunities. So I think that's the one thing when you see people and they have a story to share about how he afforded them an opportunity.
Excellent. Mr. Gregory, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Excellent. You were one of the people that he believed in. You were one of the individuals that he really assisted in really pushing you as it relates to division basketball. And do you think that you would be where you are today if it was not also from the type of influence and his belief in you and having those types of opportunities? And if so, what impact do you think it has had on your life?
Absolutely. So I don't think I would have been able to make it without him. As I said in my testimony, he didn't only train me. I think the important thing to note is that all of this happened after hours. He wasn't my high school coach. He just was someone that was like, "Hey, you want to go to the gym? Okay. I'll open the gym." And for in the early days, I was kind of like, he just wants to like work out with me and just open the gym at any time. It didn't really make sense to me. And he would say, even on the weekends, "Hey, 7 a.m. if you're ready to go, I'm going to be there." And I'm thinking, this guy's going to wake up at 7 a.m. to just work out with me because he thinks that I can have an opportunity to excel. So that was very impressive, and it just kind of changed my thought about people and local people actually caring, because I hadn't seen a lot of that in my life, where someone's willing to go above and beyond with no benefit to themselves. So I don't think I would have been able to make it to Marist or get the views that I got from without Myron.
Well, I am happy to hear that. Mr. Peterkin, If from your perspective, if Myron were here today, do you think he would still be coaching?
Oh, absolutely. He would still be, I think, definitely doing anything that he could to continue to give back, to the community, people of the Virgin Islands, and just being involved in sports and, helping kids to, reach their full possible potential in any way possible, whether it be off island, getting them those opportunities to be seen, heard, and, show their skill set in any way, shape, or form. He would definitely be continuing on with that.
Oh, definitely. Thank you. Mr. Petrus, if you had 3 words that would encompass who Corbett was, not only to yourself, to the people of this territory, what would those 3 words be and why?
I think not in 3 words, but, he was in love with the kids of the Virgin Islands.
Yes.
He had a passion for them, and with that, it drove him to do and go above and beyond, such as what Caleb just explained.
Excellent. Well, I sat here and I listened to all the testimony that was shared and to all the individuals that Mr. Corbett impacted in such a positive way. And I was very happy to listen. And, you saw people being affected just by even listening to what was being said. And if someone could have such an impact on your life in a positive way like we've heard today, that is definitely someone we should be honoring and always remembering as a Virgin Islander that had such a huge impact on making us who we are today. So I definitely will be voting in the affirmative, and I will continue to listen to what is being said here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger, for those probing words and to bring into perspective the importance of what we do here when we vet these resolutions, because it's about education. Madam Clerk, it's my chance and my turn. I asked Mr. Arthur Solomon to come into well. He is a teacher, former teacher, and his brother walked in his footsteps. And so I thought it was fitting to have him come because, we all are teachers and educators, even from the mother, the father, the uncle, the aunties, the sisters, and the brother. But to give us a next perspective, we know your daughter, Mr. Solomon, is here. She's very articulate, and she painted a really vivid picture of your brother. But you are a big brother. You are a big brother to him. And if you could tell us how it was when you were interfacing and, developing your little and your younger brother to be the person that he is, and you saw him growing. Can you describe one of those instances where you actually saw that he grasped what you were training him to be? Because I'm sure you did.
Good morning to everyone. My mom, who is looking right now, and my brothers and sisters in the U.S. who's also looking at this. I would say one thing. A lot of people don't know about Winston Solomon. Okay, that was my older brother. He was before the time. He played ball. We played ball together. So my daughter didn't have a chance to know him, and Petrus didn't have a chance to know him, and Senator Gregory also didn't have a chance. But Myron took from him also, as he took from me. And it's so fitting that I'm listening to my former student here also, and how they speak about Myron, right? He was truly that individual. He will wake me up at night, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and say, hey, we got to check this out. I'm working on this, right? He's always working on something, like my daughter and Senator Petros, always trying to move the goalposts from A to Z. And he always cared. And one thing he cared about is about the Latin American kids, the Santo Domingan kids, Dominican Republic kids. He wanted to give them a platform also to move from where they were, to move them another area. So when I get emotional when I'm speaking about Myron or my other two brothers, right, that died. Sometime I'll be driving and Myron will just come to my thought and tears will stream down my eyes, right? Because he was such my daughter and Senator Petros say, he was such a mover. He cares. He was a big global individual. He cared about people. Himself, no. He just wanted to give. I can recall many times that he missed his doctor appointment. And the doctor would call me and say, what happened to Myron? So I have to go look for him and take him to the doctor. And also the doctor was my former classmate. Dr. Watson will say, and this is stuff he will do. He just put everyone up but himself. That was Myron Corbett. And I love him dearly for that. See, I get emotional when I speak about him.
And thank you so much for painting that vivid and relevant picture, because that shows that he was a passionately driven man. We have a lot of, I call them unsung heroes and angels that walk right here with us on earth. And sometimes some people don't realize it, They have no clue. They may think that this person has some issue or the like. But you sometimes have that spirit of conviction that pushes you and wakes you up at the 1 a.m. to work on doing something positive in a person's life or in people's life. And right here today, we have Mr. Omari Peterkin and Mr. Kalen Gregory, who are part of that legacy that showed that his work didn't go for anything, didn't go for naught. It really reaped benefits. I want to ask Mr. Omari Peterkin. You mentioned in your testimony, Mr. Peterkin, that he taught about life skills. And that is a critical component to any young person when you are going through your development. And it helps you become the human being that you are to positively contribute to our community. Can you elaborate on how those life skills have really positively affected your life?
Most definitely. Who don't know, I'm currently working in the mental health field as a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So giving back to people and helping people in their most vulnerable, moments and so forth is, something that I, definitely do on a daily basis. And I believe that learning, a majority of different life skills growing up, building confidence in myself, becoming a believer, and looking forward on things in life and being motivated to complete, tasks of daily living and just moving forward in life and inspiring people and being positive and optimistic was definitely, a huge trait that I learned from Coach Corbett and feel as if it's something that I take with me on a daily basis, especially in the patient and people and population, especially with helping back home in the Virgin Islands and being able to help people through tough times and situations and so forth has been a, significant motivating factor that's always stuck with me, just based on my relationships with Coach Corbett and learning all of these different truisms on life, and being there to help and support people in any way, shape, or form has always stuck with me, just from the relationship that we've had, throughout the course of my life.
And thank you so much, because those life skills are there to help you overcome life challenges and to be able to maneuver. I also wanted to ask Senator Petrus, former Senator Petrus, you shared with us a little publication here. I'm going to hopefully be able to put it on the screen, but it spoke about some of the items that Graffiti Street, which Mr. Corbett was the assistant producer of, and how this organization, this entity, was able to go on to win national and also international recognition. How did you work, and how did Mr. Corbett work to achieve that?
Thank you. When he came back home in the early 1990s, he had so much energy. He wanted to give to so many things. And, excuse me, at that time there was a program on BET called Teen Summit. It was a big budget program. And we did a Graffiti Street program on teen rape episode. And it was so good that the station sent it off to the Black Programming Consortium. And so we were up against BET, big budget programs, in which we actually won the award as the best, as the best teen program. Well, Myron had such a pivotal role to play in all of this, because we would brainstorm on the different topics that we would cover and why we should cover this topic, and the kids would always be involved in it. And he would always, he never missed a session, never missed a session. I don't care what he's doing. He always would be there to the sessions. And so it was such a great joy working with Myron that this is one of the people that you really miss. Yes. It's that's what Myron would do to you. Wow. See, I have to take some of Shayla's tissue.
It's emotional.
Wow. That's what we as human beings do. That's how we cope.
Yeah.
And we shed those tears in love and remembrance. So it is fine. It shows that you have that heart of compassion and remembrance still, Senator. And if you want to, you feel comfortable with concluding, or we can go on to the next.
Go on.
If I may, just Senator, one of the things that
Ms. Solomon,
Solomon,
you may.
yes, one of the things that he prided himself on is the fact that Graffiti Street was the only teen talk show in the region. Throughout the Caribbean, throughout the Virgin Islands. And we had a cast on St. Thomas and a cast St. Thomas, St. John, and a cast on St. Croix as well. And for more than 25 years, this was one of the longest running shows programming on WTJX. So he prided himself on that. And I think for me, one of the greatest honors and also the biggest headaches was he passed the torch to me as the producer of Graffiti Street. So filling his shoes and living up to his standard of excellence was always a challenge. But I think that he was so proud of what Graffiti Street did in giving the teens of our Virgin Islands community a voice and an opportunity to focus on the issues that matter to them the most.
Thank you. And I will note that our majority leader, Senator Kenneth Gittins, and member of this committee is present. So, Madam Clerk, kindly mark Senator Kenneth Gittins as present. And I just want to round up and finish up my discussion on the work that Mr. Corbett has done. I knew Mr. Corbett. I had the pleasure of knowing him. And why I asked the question of Mr. Peterkin regarding life skills, I managed for over a decade a program geared to at-risk young people. And Ms. Barbara Isaac indicated to us that we needed to get him as part of our program for one of the major components of the program, where we weaned out who would be able to be successful in the program to transform their lives, that we call and Mr. Corbett. Do you know Mr. Corbett didn't say no? He came, man, he was there on time. And he spoke to our young people in such a way that they could relate to him. I also have a staff member. She's sitting right behind of me. When she was in high school, attending Charlotte Amalie High School, he recruited her to play basketball because of her height. And she said, I tried it out one time, and he called me jokey because I didn't come back on next time. She just told me, he was calling me jokey, Senator Joseph, but I couldn't play basketball. I didn't want to play basketball. Every time he would see me calling me and telling me it's a joke. But I just want to say that they could see, we can see, and there are persons who can see the potential, especially in our young people. And so he did a fantastic job at mental toughness, teaching our young people the life skills. Some of them have gone on to do, and these are at-risk young people. They were dropped out of school. They were touched by the judicial system, meaning that they had been adjudicated. I remember Mr. Solomon here transporting them in his van as well and talking to them as we took them out to Antilles School for mental toughness. And I was like, these guys are soldiers, man. They really understand it really how important it is to transform the lives of our young people. So that's why I signed on. That's why I signed on to the legislature. Mr. Solomon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to say one thing. As we are speaking about Myron Corbett and the young kids, right? I really want to put some emphasis. I was talking to Senator Gregory when she was at education, right? We need more than anything else, senators. We need to get the centers them open. They need to be working. It will help our kids. I mean, I don't know what else I can say, right? But I have always preached that. The kids them come from school, no place to go, nothing to do. We got to get these centers in the community open and staff them with college kids to help them with their education. My daughter, I spoke about that a lot. Senator Gregory and Petros, we need that more. It's no longer the kids can stay in the street and throw football that Petros did along with my brother and all the rest of them. But senators, we need the centers to be open. Please, if nothing else we do, Myron grew up in the center. Petros grew up, we grew up in it. Please open these centers, please.
And I hear your plea, and it's resounds in me, and it resonates in me because I grew up in Bovoni Housing Community, and we had a center there. Okay, and I know Senator Petros, he's from Oswald Harris Court. I lived there for a bit, and so we had a center there, and it's open. Also, they have the Boys and Girls Club, but you are correct, and we should work, and we'll count on you.
I will.
All right, to help. You still have the energy.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Senator Javon James Sr., my vice chair in the St. Croix district, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I stand in full support of this resolution, Bill number 35-0027. The Myron Corbett basketball court. Sign me up. I am definitely supporting this. Even though I never had the opportunity to meet him in person, one thing I've done since I became a senator is I always take the time to read the whereas clauses for each of these resolutions. Because yes, the most important part is getting the sign up and all that stuff. To some extent, it shows that we're reminding the public of this individual who did a lot for the community. But in order for him to even have this sign and to have this basketball court to be named after him, he had to do something right in the eyes of not just the sponsor of this measure, but in the eyes of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I just want to highlight several things. And this is the key thing I would like to take away from this resolution. And it says, Myron Corbett's brilliant mind for business helped him become a hit at the concession stand in the CAHS gym and inspired him to create his CA brand of hats and t-shirts, which quickly became popular. Shout out to the CAHS gym and for the branding of the hats. But the key word there is brilliant. He had a brilliant mind for business. And we have to make sure in the Virgin Islands that we're creating an environment where we can create those brilliant minds. And I do agree with the previous speaker or the testifier who made mention of these recreational centers being opened up. And to my good friend at Sports Parks and Recreation, Commissioner Calvert White, continue to push and get these centers up and running. I've seen some progress, but of course we can always do more. But I say a lot to say, I'm happy to know that we had individuals like Mr. Myron Corbett in the community. And I do recall as a child watching Graffiti Street. And I also want to take this time to commend former Senator Ali Petros. You prove time after time, even though you're no longer in the Senate, that you have been involved in the community and that you love the U.S. Virgin Islands. And we appreciate you as well. So to the family and friends of Myron Corbett, thank you for lending him to us at times, because I know sometimes when you're in these positions dealing with the youth and dealing with community and organizations, it takes you away from your family. And sometimes it impacts your family, but there is a bigger picture here and it's taking care of a village. So we want to say to the family of Myron Corbett, thank you for sharing him with the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. And lastly, he said something, or the sponsor mentioned something in the testimony, or in the resolution, I should say. The sponsor of the measure mentioned something in the resolution, and it says that Myron Corbett spent countless hours watching and emulating his brothers. Even though I only have one brother, I can honestly say that as a child, I have been emulating my brother. When he went into music, when he went into music, I went into music. When he went into certain things as far as diet and being a vegetarian, I did the same. When he went to the military, I went to the military. So I see where we have some things in relation, and I'm happy to know that the brothers of Myron Corbett created that environment where all of them could have been able to give back to the community in the sport of basketball. So I want to say a special thank you to the Corbett family. I have nothing to really ask the testifiers. This is a no-brainer. This is an individual who have done a lot. So kudos to the sponsor of this measure, and may God continue to bless the U.S. Virgin Islands, and to the family and friends of Director Darrell George, my sincere condolences, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so kindly, Mr. Vice Chair, for those words. The Chair will now recognize the Majority Leader, Kenneth L. Gittens, for your 4 minutes. And before you go, Senator Gittens, Madam Clerk, I see in the conference room in St. Croix the presence of committee member Senator Samuel Carrion. Kindly mark Senator Carrion as present and give us a tally on the voting strength of the committee at this time.
Madam Chair, you have 7 members present.
Thank you kindly, Madam Clerk. Mr. Majority Leader, kindly proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I too would like to begin with extending condolences to the family of Fire Director Darrell George. At this time, may he rest in peace. Condolences to all the fire and emergency medical services staff as well. This is a hard time for all of us who have served, and of course those who are currently serving with him. Madam Chair and colleagues, I am very pleased to support this resolution before us here today in commending and honoring posthumously Myron Corbett. I've learned a little more of him. I too had the opportunity to work with him in the 1990s, and even while working with them, I didn't realize that he was the brother of Mr. Solomon. Mr. Solomon, I dare to call you Arthur Gutu Solomon today, because you know I have never called you Gutu, nor even know your first name. I always address you as Mr. Solomon. But I truly admire the way these gentlemen handled business with our young people when I worked with them. I was in the police department working with the Police Athletic League program and dealt with a lot of the athletic teams within the schools. So I traversed between the islands, between both districts. So I also want to recognize the work of Mr. Gutu Solomon, who I think we really need to honor and commend as well while he is alive. And also, if I remember correctly, I think it's Pedrito Estrel. I definitely remember Mr. Estrel, Mr. Solomon, and Corbett coming in after and working diligently with our young people. I'm not sure what's happening today in our schools. Every time I see these fights and WhatsApp and whatnot, I'm wondering what's really going on. You know, back then, Mr. Solomon, and you could attest to it, we used to have the lunch leagues and whatnot. And one of the things is we wanted to tire out these young people, I mean, in doing good things. You know, if they weren't in the classroom, they were on the basketball courts with you guys. I'm just hoping that we could find a resolution today for what we're seeing, because the energy is too much on the negative side. But I will conclude by saying that I definitely have reached out to the sponsor of the measure. Congratulations to her. This is really, really due. And I will be signing on as a co-sponsor to this. And I want to say, while I salute Mr. Myron Corbett. I also want to salute the works of Mr. Arthur Gutu Solomon and Pedrito Estrel and others. And I dare not even leave out Mr. Kenny Tadman, who made sure that during the tournaments and whatnot, that especially the Charlotte Amalia High School Hawks always had like one of the best T-shirts going. So I salute all of you, and former Senator, thank you for your testimony as well, and his niece. Thank you all for all that you have put on the record here today. And you could tell that he did so much, over 30 whereas clauses in this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm looking forward to supporting this at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Majority Leader. Senator Samuel Carrion, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I also join my colleague in offering my condolences on behalf of my family, my office, to the family and friends of our dear friend, Mausi, as we know him, Chief Director of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and also to the whole family, the whole Fire and Emergency Medical Services family that are mourning the loss of a dear friend. I want to commend the sponsor of this resolution, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. It's always a great pleasure for me to sit in these committee hearings when we have resolutions honoring individuals such as the one we're honoring today, Mr. Corbett, and the work that he did in our community surely was not in vain. We've been able to hear today testimonies of individuals that he have impacted, family and friends testifying on his character and his passion, his devotion and dedication to our young people in our territory, to the children of the Virgin Islands, and is commendable. So it's always a pleasure to be able to sit in committee hearings such as these and be able to hear more in depth of the life of individuals such as Mr. Myron Corbett. So it gives me great pleasure today, and I will be voting in the affirmative on behalf of this resolution. I think it's well deserved. And we definitely need more individuals such as him to step up, because it really takes a village to make a difference. And the impact that coaches, mentors have, father figures in the life of young men and women, it's really provides a lasting effect. So I think above all, we're not only honoring his legacy, but I think it's a call to all of us to do our part to be able to make a difference. So once again, I commend the sponsor of the bill, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. And now we'll hear from the sponsor of this legislation, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think what we've heard today with regards to Myron Coach Corbett, MC Corbett, is only the tip of the iceberg. As I sat here, there's so many things that I thought about as I listened to the conversation by the testifiers here today. And one of the things that came to my mind is I actually traveled with Mr. Corbett, with Myron, to Panama. I think Panama, Italy, Rome, and Belize with him because my daughter actually was a co-host on Graffiti Street. And because of the opportunity for her to be a host or co-host at Graffiti Street, when my daughter attended Columbia University, she had an internship with Sanjay Gupta. Yes. CNN. She was one of Sanjay Gupta's correspondents. She went out and collected his information. One time she called and said, "Ma, he's traveling and I have Sanjay Gupta's passport." Yeah, so when she was doing the application, we had to call WTJX, and Myron had to give a reference. So, yeah, I thought about that. I didn't even remember that. So he's made notable contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands, and particularly to the youth of the Virgin Islands. And we've only heard from two of the young people that actually benefited and are who they are today because of, his caring and compassion for young people. But there's so many more young people whose lives he has touched here in the Virgin Islands, and I'm sure some of them are listening. I remember there was a young girl. She actually was at Charlton Mali High School. Her name does not come to my mind, but she actually was in the same class as my son. They attended different schools, but both of them got scholarships. 4-year, and my son got a 5-year, but a 4-year scholarship to play college basketball. And she was a young lady that migrated here to the Virgin Islands from one of the Eastern Caribbean islands, and he definitely helped her. So like I said, what we've heard is just the tip of the iceberg. But I'll say, I listened to Mr. Mr. Salo today, and what came to my mind is the fact that you're the reason why I attended Morgan State University. Yeah. I mean, there's just a lot to be proud of today. Yes, he attended Morgan State University. He played ball for Morgan State, and when it was my time to go to college, because I was a gym rat. I used to hang out in the gym. I remember when he's not my colleague, but former Senator Alison Petros played basketball. He was an awesome basketball player. Yeah. I remember there's a book, and I still try to find it. My mother probably tried to get lost in one of them hurricanes, but he had autographed my book and say, "Flying high, just waiting for you," something like that. Yeah, I remember that was like in 11th grade or 12th grade or something like that. It wouldn't be 12th grade because he had already left school. So I probably was in 10th grade. I was a 10th grader because you graduated like 2 years before me. But this is a good day because, a lot of times people talk about the fact that, what we do here is a lot of honoring and commending. But I think one of my colleagues said it well today. We have to acknowledge and recognize the people of the Virgin Islands who have made significant contributions. Their legacy must live on, especially those who just do what they do just because they love the people. And the man that we speak about today did what he did, all that he did, because he loved the people and he definitely loved the youth of the Virgin Islands. So I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this measure, and I'm going to ask you all to please sign on to this measure. And I will close by saying I too want to offer my heartfelt condolences to the family of our fire director, Darrell Mousy George. He also made an indelible mark. So it's fitting that we're having this conversation today. He made an indelible mark to the people of the Virgin Islands. So condolences to his family and the wider Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Milton E. Potter, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0027, an act honoring and commending Mr. Myron Corbett posthumously for his many contributions to the youth of the territory, renaming the basketball court located in Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, as the Myron Corbett Basketball Court, making an appropriation to erect signage at the basketball court, and for other related purposes, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Bill number 35-0027 has been properly moved and seconded by Senators Ray Fonseca, Alma Francis Heiliger, and Kenneth Gittin. Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill number 35-0027.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea.
Yes.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Javon E. James. Oh, sorry. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
And thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0027, an act honoring and commending Mr. Myron Corbett posthumously for his many contributions to the youth of the territory, renaming the basketball court located in Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, as the Myron Corbett Basketball Court, making an appropriation to erect a signage at the basketball court and for other related purposes has been voted upon favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your personal point of privilege. The point of personal privilege. These P's are rolling with me today. You're recognized, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for the unanimous support of this particular measure. Once this measure gets to the Rules Committee, as I stated earlier in my opening, the intention is to make an amendment to name the Charlotte Amalie High School Gymnasium in honor of Mr. Myron Corbett. And also I will be bringing a resolution to honor and commend Mr. Arthur Solomon. And that resolution will also honor Mr. Solomon and Mr. Corbett in naming the Charlotte Amalie High School Gymnasium in honor of Mr. Myron Corbett and the Arthur Solomon Gymnasium.
Awesome.
So I just wanted to share that so we could be clear, and we do have some other cleanup language that I saw as we were reviewing the measure. So we'll make those changes in rules. So thank you again, and thank you to the testifiers. I want to thank Mr. Omari Peterkin for taking time out of his schedule, as well as Mr. Kaelan Gregory, Allison Petros, definitely Sheila Solomon, and Mr. Arthur Solomon. Thank you, and thank you to the committee members. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. At this time, we will offer all of the testifiers an opportunity to place on the record a 30-second closing remarks. We'll begin with those joining us virtually. So we'll ask Mr. Omari Peterkin, you can begin, and you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Thank you all for having me with this special occasion. Definitely, looking forward to, hopefully this moving forward and us recognizing Mr. Corbett for all he's done for the territory, and may he rest in peace.
And thank you so much, Mr. Peterkin. We'll now recognize Mr. Kaelan Gregory for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So yeah, rest in peace to Myron, and I'm just really happy that he's being recognized for what he's done for the kids of the Virgin Islands, and I hope that naming this court in his honor inspires more people to do good outside of themselves to help progress the youth of the Virgin Islands. Thank you to the Corbett family for making Myron and instilling those values in him to help others. Thank you.
And thank you kindly, Mr. Gregory. Now we will ask the Honorable and former Senator Ali Allison Petrus to present a 30 seconds wrap-up. You're recognized.
I want to really thank this body, especially Senator Gregory, about when she talked about naming the Chantamali High School gymnasium after Arthur Solomon and Myron Corbett. The big winner in this is Miss Corbett, having been the one to lay the foundation and instill the discipline in them and the fire in them. And so, Ms. Corbett, that's for you.
Thank you so much, Senator Petrus, former Senator Petrus. Ms. Shayla Solomon, you're recognized to present your 30 seconds wrap-up comments.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph, and to the bill sponsor and all other senators who joined on to this bill. On behalf of the family, we say thank you. This is truly a fitting honor, and I am so proud to call myself the niece of Myron Corbett and, of course, the daughter of Mr. Arthur Gutu Solomon. And I look forward to the amendment, because when it comes to two individuals who epitomize what it means to be trailblazers for the youth of the territory, without a doubt, Myron Corbett and Arthur Gutu Solomon, the gymnasium at the Charlotte Amalia High School, there are no better individuals for it to be named after. So thank you, Senator, and to all senators who voted favorably today. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much. And finally, his big brother. Big brothers are important. I have one, and he definitely has guided me. Mr. Arthur Solomon, you are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Well, once again, I thank the body for the occasion and in recognizing.
Closer.
Oh, okay. I can speak louder. Okay, no problem. Like I say, want to thank the body and especially Senator Gregory and Mr. Fonseca, Senator Fonseca, and Potter. You know, we go back a long time. You know, and it's fitting that I say that thanks again from the family perspective. And he also have another grandmother also outside his mother, another mother, Iris, Miss Iris Hobson, another Gregory. She love a Myron, okay? She worship a Myron, and all I can say, man, once again, you know, thank everyone. I appreciate it greatly. Just support the youths.
Thank you, and you know, definitely my heartstring is with our young people. We want to thank all of the testifiers for making time and carving out time today to be here to testify on this legislation. This time you are released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. We will take a 5-minute recess. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Where would you do that?
Yeah.
And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, from lunch, we are back from lunch actually. We are in tune with our agenda as we have circulated. And so we will begin by having our clerk read into the record Block 2 of today's agenda. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed.
Block 2, 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0123, an act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts to construct and erect a bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in Education Park on the island of St. Thomas, and for other purposes. This bill is sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. The invited testifiers are Dr. Cora Christian, MPH, Dr. David Hall, SJD, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and Reverend Bishop Jerome Fugio, and lastly, Dr. Sidney Commission. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 2 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0123?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon and blessing to everyone. I bring warm greetings to all those providing testimony and also everyone listening at this time. Blessings. Madam Chair, it is with the greatest pleasure I present to you and this committee Bill number 35-0123, an act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in Education Park on the island of St. Thomas and for other purposes. I now present to you a very brief history of our Dr. Alfred O. Heath. In the year 2003, by resolution number 1652, Bill number 25-0049, the 25th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, in regular session on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, express heartfelt thanks and appreciation to Dr. Alfred O. Heath for his outstanding achievements, service, and dedication to the Virgin Islands community as a physician, civic leader, and for his distinguished career and for being a role model for all the people of the Virgin Islands. The 25th Legislature on June 18, 2003, 20 years ago, conferred the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Dr. Alfred O. Heath. The Medal of Honor was cast in gold, and a perma-plaque copy of that resolution was presented to Dr. Heath by the President of the Legislature at an appropriate ceremony. Having been born on St. Thomas, December 14, 1929, to Josephine Agnes and Oswald Heath, Dr. Heath attended Jefferson Elementary School and Lincoln Junior High School. He graduated from Charlotte Amalia High School in 1947, and he studied pharmacy at the University of Puerto Rico, earning his bachelor's degree in pharmacy, and he attended Temple University, where he graduated, earning his Bachelor of Science in 1953. Dr. Heath received his medical degree from Jefferson Medical College in 1957 and began working at Jefferson Hospital in that year as a rotating intern and a surgical resident in general thoracic and cardiovascular surgery from 1958 to 1960. From 63 to 65, he was an American Cancer Fellow at that university. Dr. Heath was licensed to practice pharmacy and medicine in Pennsylvania and the Virgin Islands. He was a member of the Board of Trustees of the Antilles School Alumni Association of Jefferson Medical College, the Virgin Islands Medical Society, a past member of the Board of Trustees of the University of the Virgin Islands, Advisory Council of the Ryko Cultural Center, Advisory Council of the Boy Scouts of America, former member of Rotary International, Board of Directors of the Rotary Club of St. Thomas. He was a member of the Virgin Islands Medical Institute, the Knights of Columbus, 4th degree, member of the Flying Physicians Association, the Society of U.S. Army Flight Surgeons, Aircraft Owners, and Pilots. Dr. Heath is a former member of the VI Board of Medical Examiners, Health Coordinating Committee of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands School of Performing Arts, and the Board of Directors of the Caribbean Chorale. Dr. Heath was the chairman of the foundation of the University of the Virgin Islands, former overseer of the University of the Virgin Islands, former district director of the Boy Scout of America, and former vice chairman of the Christian Conscious Community Center. Dr. Heath was named honorary chairman of the United Way campaign from 1986 through 1987, and Dr. Heath was the president of the Virgin Islands Medical Society in 86. He was elected chairman of the Board of Trustees of the University of the Virgin Islands in 1993. Dr. Heath had a distinguished career in the military, including involvement in the University of Puerto Rico ROTC program from 1947 to 1949, Temple University ROTC from 1949 to 1951, and the U.S. Army Reserves from 1951 to 1960. In 1951, he graduated and was commissioned as Second Lieutenant, Transportation Corps of the U.S. Army. He served as captain in Hindenburg, Germany from 1960 to 1963. Also, the U.S. Army Aeromedical Center, Fort Rucker, Alabama, graduating from the Flight Surgeon Program in 1978. Dr. Heath served as a lieutenant colonel in the Virgin Islands National Guard in 1978. He served as assistant adjutant general in 1979, colonel and consulate, and was promoted to the Virgin Islands Brigadier General of the National Guard in 1999. Dr. Heath received several awards and commendations during his military service, including the following awards: the Army Commendation Medal with Oak Leaf Cluster from 1960 to 1983. He received the Meritorious Service Medal in May of 1999. Dr. Heath received the Virgin Islands Distinguished Service Award in December 1999 for 30 years of military service. Dr. Heath has received numerous specialty certifications, including the Diplomat of the American Board of Surgery, the American Board of College of Surgeons, the affiliate of Royal Society of Medicine, the member of the Regional Faculty, American College of Surgeons. Dr. Heath served as the medical director of the Seaview Nursing and Rehabilitation Facility for several years. He served as acting CEO administrator for St. Thomas Hospital from 1993 to 1994. He served as Commissioner of Health of the Government of the Virgin Islands from 1973 to 1976. He again served as the Commissioner from 1989 to 1983. He served as the Director of Hospital and Medical Services, the Director of Emergency Medical Services, Nod Hansen Memorial Hospital, Chairman of the State Commission of Trauma, American College of Surgeons from 1981 to 2005. Dr. Heath served as Chief of Surgery at the Nod Hansen Memorial Hospital and Chief Executive Officer, Medical Director of the Roy Lester Snyder Regional Medical Center from 1981 to 1987. He was a member of the Governing Board of the Department of Health, St. Croix from 1986 to 1989. He served as Clinical Assistant Professor at Georgetown University School of Surgery, Professor of Surgery at the American University of the Caribbean, St. Martin, Assistant Territorial Commissioner of Health from 87 to 89, Eucharistic Minister and Lector at the St. Peter and Paul Cathedral in St. Thomas from 1973 until recently. Dr. Heath is a dedicated member of the St. Peter and Paul Cathedral Paris, having received the highest award from the Catholic Diocese. He received the Distinguished Keys and Swords Awards. He is a lifetime member of Kappa Alpha Psi. Dr. Heath was a devoted husband for over 4 decades to his late wife, Geraldine Chitham Heath. And at the young age of 93, Dr. Heath, as you can see, he never permanently retired from service to his community. Unfortunately, quite recently, Dr. Heath suffered a serious medical incident and had to be airlifted off island. He is doing better, and we are blessed to still have his experience, wisdom, and instructions. He is immeasurable. He is a perfect example of local world-level talent and also what is right about the Virgin Islands. Dr. Heath, you are in our hearts, you are in our minds, our souls. You are the best man I have ever known. Madam Chair, I will now like to close with a prayer asking for recovery of our beloved Dr. Heath. I ask that we stand and we bow our heads. Our Heavenly Father in heaven, I pray right now in a special way, Father, it is through your power you created our beloved Dr. Heath. Good Lord, we ask you to touch our dear brother with the healing power of your Spirit and mend what is broken. Father, we pray you open any blocked arteries or veins and rebuild all damaged areas. Remove all inflammation and cleanse any infection. Father God, let the power of your healing love pass through Dr. Heath's body to make new any unhealthy areas that is in his heart, and let him function the way you created. Father, we ask you to restore Dr. Heath to full health in mind and body so that he may serve you the rest of his life. Through the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. Glory be to God, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca, for that introduction. It gave us a good perspective as who the man we are considering today to place and construct and erect a bronze in his honor next to those great educators and community activists. And so it is very fitting, and we do pray God's covering over him as he received the care that he needs off island. At this time, I note that we have several testifiers. We have one here with us in the chambers, another in the conference room on the island of St. Croix, and also one joining us virtually. So what I'll do first as we proceed is to ask the individual, I believe is Dr. Cora Christian, she's joining us virtually. She's to just do a microphone check and just check so we can make sure we have the audio and the visual in place. Dr. Christian, good afternoon to you. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Senator Joseph. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you very well. And
Great, thank you.
Dr. Hall, you are in the conference room in St. Croix. A pleasant good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and I'm honored to be here.
Thank you so kindly. And we have visual and also the audio is working superbly. And with us in the chambers is Dr. Commission, Sydney Commission. A pleasant good afternoon.
Thank you.
Draw closer to the mic.
Thank you.
Good, so that we can hear you and we have the visual. We will start with Dr. Cora Christian, and of course I want to welcome everyone to the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Dr. Cora Christian, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Yeah, this is Dr. Cora Christian. Good afternoon, Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Senator Javon James, Vice Chair of Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Committee members, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Kenneth Giddens, Senator Samuel Carrion Jr., Senator Milton Potter, Senator Alma Francis Halliger. Non-committee members, Senator and President Novell Francis, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Capehart, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator James, Senator Johnson, Senator Joquest, and Senator DeGraff. Invited testifiers and the viewing and listening audience. We must congratulate Senator Fonseca for this bill and act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith Hell Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in the Education Park on the island of St. Thomas and for other purposes. You may not be aware, but Dr. Heath's father, Oswald Heath's pharmacy, was directly adjacent to that park. And you know Dr. Heath practiced pharmacy there before he became a physician. Oswald Heath must be smiling down to know his son also honors him. Senator Fonseca's bill details only a portion of the wonderful journey of Dr. Alfred Oswald Heath. Still, we thank Senator Fonseca not only for working on this resolution, but for working closely with Governor Bryan and other senators to fulfill Dr. Heath's dream of acquiring Seaview to serve the most fragile of us. Sodoni Halbert, a former Commissioner of Human Services who has worked without compensation with the adolescent program because of her commitment to Dr. Heath's vision, said it so well, if I may quote her, quote, "The closing of St. Thomas Healthcare Management Adolescent Program, preceded by the closing of the Seaview Nursing Home and Rehabilitation Facility, marks the end of a vision by Alfred O. Heath, MD, who dedicated his life to meeting the needs of the most vulnerable in our community. Despite the obstacles, shortfalls, and financial struggles over the last 25 years of operating an organization for elderly persons and adolescents in crisis, he pursued his dream at great personal financial sacrifice. I hear the cries of families, professionals, and friends as they search for safe facilities to place their loved ones and clients because our limited resources cannot meet their needs. We can continue the more than 12-year debate over the selling and buying of the Seaview property, or we can carry the mantle, Dr. Heath, who is no longer able to, and move expeditiously to do whatever we to address the dire need in our community. I suggest the latter. To chronicle all of Dr. Heath's accomplishments in this resolution or bill would require a book-sized document. I thought it would be good to spend my time giving testimony of this physician, community activist, businessman, government administrator, philanthropist, husband, father, cousin, and brother by intertwining some of his contributions to see his journey, but not lose sight of his true character. I sum it up in this sentence. Full manhood is found through active membership in the community. This quotation briefly identifies the character and contributions to the Virgin Islands community of Alfred O. Heath, my first cousin and faithful brother. But how did he do it? Educator Marvin Collins observed that, quote, success doesn't come to you, you go to it, end of quote. Alfred O. Heath's journey to that success became an ever-widening path. Stops along the way, which were mentioned by Senator Fonseca, included pharmacist, surgeon, chief of surgery, chief executive officer of the St. Thomas Hospital, U.S. Virgin Islands Commissioner of Health on 2 separate occasions, held every office of the Virgin Islands Medical Society, and a founder and board member of the Virgin Islands Medical Institute. This nonprofit corporation evaluated the quality of care for the people of the Virgin Islands for over 38 years. Dr. Heath started the first and only certified skilled nursing facility in the Virgin Islands, Seaview, where older patients could receive first-class care and had the only Medicare-certified home health agency in the U.S. Virgin Islands. At the same time, he rose to the rank of Assistant Adjutant General and Brigadier General of the VI Army National Guard. The presence and voice of Alfred O. Heath is seen and heard in his civic activities as chair of the Board of Trustees and also of the Foundation of the University of the Virgin Islands, co-chair of St. Peter's and Paul Cathedral campaign fundraiser, member of the Advisory Council of the Boy Scouts of America and for the Reichhold Cultural Center, member of Rotary International, 4th degree member of the Knights of Columbus, member and soloist of the Caribbean Chorale, and recipient of the highest award that can be bestowed upon a Virgin Islander from the legislature of the Virgin Islands, to name a few. President Daisaku Ikeda said, there is a great difference between simply living a long life and living a full and rewarding life. What's really important is how much rich texture and color we can add to our lives during our stay here on Earth. My chronicling of just a portion of Al's contribution shows that his life is one of rich texture and color with many rewards. How did he do it? Van Gogh must have known my cousin Al, who is more like a brother to me than a cousin. For Van Gogh said, love many things, for therein lies the true strength, and whatever is done in love is done well. It is clear that Al loves many things and many people. His love for medicine, his love for music, his love for travel, his love for flying, his love for fellowship, his love for fun. A powerful man, a proud man, a mysterious man, an accomplished man. He shines forth as brightly as sapphire, ruby, emerald, and gold all together, enhancing the beauty of each person and shimmering us with timeless enjoyment. I will highlight just a few of his greatest strengths, for there are too many to mention. Perseverance. My father, the late Judge Alfonso Christian, who loved his church at least equally to the love of his family, stated a great cleric, Archbishop Fulton J. Sheen, said at the commencement exercises of his nephew-in-law, Dr. Alfred O. Heath, in 1957, perseverance is the greatest of all the virtues. Without that on his part, much of what I will say would not have occurred because Al has many virtues, but one that seems always to be present, ever present, is perseverance. Confidence. Clearly, one of the cornerstones of education lies in a parent's capacity to believe in their children, support them, and inspire them with a sense of confidence. It is clear that his mother, my mom's sister, Mrs. Josephine Heat, did so with her children. Auntie Josie was strong, self-directed, but gentle and kind. She gave both Al and Alma, Al's twin sister, confidence in their unique and unbounding spirit. It is the generosity of the heart of women that often allows other humans, male or female, to fulfill their dreams. Commitment. I have to tell you a little melee and family discord that happened. For every story has to have some melee. Al was asked to run as lieutenant governor with attorney Derek Hodge for governor. They ran against Dr. Roy Lester Snyder for governor and Kenneth E. Mapp for lieutenant governor, who later became governor. My mom went to her nephew, Al, to ask him if he was going to run with Derek, for Derek was also a close friend of the family. Al told her no. So my mom then pledged her support for Dr. Schneider. She was like a comadre or godmother to Dr. Schneider. But then Al changed his mind because the Democratic Party pressured him and he was committed to the party. But my mom's, his aunt, continued her support for the Schneider-Mapp team. Of course, Auntie Josie came to speak to her younger sister to tell her she had to withdraw from supporting Schneider. And my mom refused, saying she had already done what she should have done to clear the way. The two sisters stopped talking. It took me taking both of them on a month-long trip to Africa when one was 75 and the other 81 years of age to get them time together to start talking again. It was not easy. It took years. Politics, politics, politics. I would have loved Al to travel with us to help me with the fire and fury, but all ended well. This family understands commitment, and subsequently, Al traveled together with us to Istanbul, and we had a fabulous time. Strong-minded independence. He is smart and a strong personality and a terrible temper, but he has a kind heart. His mental capacity is consistently noticeable in his quickness and ability at various tasks simultaneously. This served him well as a physician and a surgeon. Thoughtful and kind. Al loves the skies. I do too, but I like to ride along. He wants to soar. He used his love for flying to show his thoughtfulness and kindness to me so many times, over 38 times, in our trips to St. Kitts, my husband's home, Dr. Simon Jones Hendrickson, each Christmas. But there was one time I had to present a paper at the Caribbean Studies Association in St. Lucia. I needed to go, give my presentation, and come right back home. We all know how difficult it is to travel throughout the Caribbean. I was able to attend due to the kindness of my brothers, Dr. Heat, who flew me down and back on the same day. Dr. Heat, Broad's cousin and visionary, one who every day I placed my palms together in deep respect and gratitude, chanting that he continued and continued and continued like the ever-ready battery that he was. But, as it will be for all of us, there comes a time to rest. As with the cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death, he is now in the stage of illness and aging. Broads is resting. We can now care for him as he has done for so many. My cousin and brother, I could go on forever. For what have you not done? Who have you not helped? Where have you not been? When have you ever said no? How have you lived? The quintessential Renaissance man. I beam with pride to know that I have been blessed by such a gifted bloodline. I can find no better way to end this testimony than to say we love you and thank you.
And thank you so much, Dr. Cora Christian for that riveting testimony. It definitely gives us some insight behind the man who we intend to place a bust in the educational complex. And I want to also thank you for sharing some of your internal family challenges where politics are in place. At my time, I would talk a little bit more about my time knowing Dr. Heath as well. At this time, I'd like to ask, before I do that, I'd like to recognize non-committee member and Vice President of the 35th Legislature, Senator Marvin Blyden. Welcome, Senator Blyden. I also would like to, at this time, recognize Dr. David Hall. Dr. Hall, you may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Joseph, and members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and other members of the 35th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before this committee to provide testimony in support of Bill 350123, which seeks to honor Dr. Alfred O. Heath, who has contributed greatly to the people of the Virgin Islands. My testimony will focus specifically on his contributions to the University of the Virgin Islands. His presence, insights, and service have made a tremendous difference in the quality and stature of UVI, and I am honored for the opportunity to highlight his invaluable contributions. Dr. Heath served as a member of the Board of Trustees starting in 1978 and served continuously for 18 years and did so with distinction. Thereafter, he continued to serve the university in various capacities, including on other board committees, and has served on the foundation for the University of the Virgin Islands since 1968. When I became president 14 years ago, he was no longer on the Board of Trustees, but was chairman of the foundation. And the foundation is critical to the university's success because it makes financial contributions to the operating budget from the endowment that it oversees. Dr. Heath, as its leader, was an unwavering supporter of UVI. I was amazed by the amount of genuine respect and deference that foundation members provided to him. Though I did not know him and his history at that time, I could tell that this was a man who had helped shape history as he lived. 14 years later, he still is a member of the foundation board, though his health has slowed down his participation. Dr. Heath is the only former Board of Trustees or foundation board members for whom there is a named lecture series. The Alfred O. Heath Distinguished Lecture Series has been one of the premier lecture series at the university, and it has permitted us to attract world-renowned speakers such as Susan L. Taylor, Charles Ogletree, Dr. Joyce Payne, famous actor Charles Dutton, and many others. It was a joy to see these famous individuals feeling honored to meet and chat with Dr. Heath. His generosity of heart led him to make consistent financial contributions to the university over the years. He was a donor and served as co-chair of the university's capital campaign that raised over $25 million. Dr. Heath was a consistent supporter of our medical school project. Local physicians respect him, and he was an advocate for the values that undergird the medical school and a living symbol of what type of physicians the medical school will produce. Universities tell their alumni what they expect in exchange for the degree they receive is their time, their talent, and treasures. Dr. Alfred Heath did not attend or graduate from UVI, but he has given more of his time, talent, and treasures to the university than any other alumni. In recognition of his exemplary service to the Board of Trustees and UVI, Dr. Heath was granted the status of Trustee Emeritus by the Board of Trustees in 1997. Additionally, in further recognition of his distinguished service and contributions to the university and the territory, we bestowed upon him an honorary degree of Doctors of Humane Letters in 2012. Finally, what makes Dr. Heath such an outstanding person is his unique combination of service locally and internationally. For over 6 decades, Dr. Heath opened his doors to any person who needed medical assistance, myself included, regardless of time or situations they faced. His bedside manner is what was that of a caring, thoughtful, and knowledgeable physician who made you feel whole and noticed. Dr. Heath's dedication extended beyond our local community as he also offered his services internationally. His selflessness and compassion were evident in his frequent trips to Haiti, where he volunteered his expertise and resources to help those with limited access to medical care. He went there often at his own expense to serve countless individuals in need. Through his efforts, Dr. Heath positively impacted the lives of countless individuals, embodying the true essence of a caring and altruistic physician. At the core of the university's mission is a deep sense of being of service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Heath embodies that value, and the university is so proud to be associated with him in a genuine and authentic manner. For the reasons stated above and countless others, I unequivocally support Bill 35-0123. Thank you for permitting me to provide testimony for this well-deserving person and pillar of our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hall, for rendering this level of insight into Dr. Heath's participation at the University of the Virgin Islands, our sole post-secondary institution. Now, we will ask Dr. Sidney Commission to read his testimony into the record. Kindly proceed, Dr. Commission.
Thank you, Chairperson and Honorable Senators. My name is Dr. Sidney Commission. I wish to thank you for the opportunity to address this body in regard to my colleague and friend, Dr. Alfred Heath. I first met Dr. Heath when I was a 9th grader in the 1960s. He came to my school to address the student body about health issues and to talk about careers in the health field. He has always assisted Virgin Islanders in their efforts to become healthcare providers by allowing students to shadow him in his office and hospital, as well as writing letters of recommendation to schools to which they are seeking admission. I know several doctors here in St. Thomas who have benefited from his assistance in getting accepted to medical school. Dr. Heath has a very impressive resume. He has held many positions of leadership here in our healthcare system, including staff surgeon, chief of surgery, medical director, and commissioner of health. He has always been respected by his colleagues in those roles. His contributions to our community are not just limited to hospital services. He has also built the Medical Arts Complex facility, which houses many health-related practices and labs. He also built the Seaview facility, which for years serviced hundreds of Virgin Islanders with long-term care. This is a facility which I hope this body will help to reopen soon, as it is desperately needed. I've had the great privilege to work with Dr. Heath for over 30 years. During this time, I've learned a lot about him outside of his professional life as a surgeon. Many of you may not know, but he has a long history of military service. First, he was an Army surgeon, then a National Guard surgeon, attaining the rank of general at his retirement from the military service. In addition to these achievements, he has also had a long history of great community presence by being a member of many organizations such as the Caribbean Chorale, the Knights of Columbus, a board member of the University of the Virgin Islands, the Rotary Club, and other organizations too numerous to count. If these accomplishments seem daunting in their scope, add to these things that he also is a boat captain, a licensed pilot, which is some of his recreational hobbies, but he's also quite a talented violinist. How does one find the time to accomplish all these things? Well, having a long and healthy life is certainly a help, but I think I know his secret. If you ever walk around with Dr. Heath, you'll understand. I would find myself skipping, trying to keep up with him at his pace when we walked together in the hospital. Also, for a while, I thought he was afraid of elevators because he uses the steps to go up and down. Dr. Heath has spent a lifelong time spending and serving our government of the people of the Virgin Islands in many capacities and should be recognized for his many years of service. I'd like to leave you with one of his favorite expressions: proper planning prevents piss poor performance. Things he says over and over. He would also jokingly say that he loved doing surgery so much that on Sundays he would nick himself while he was shaving, just so he'd get to see some blood. I thank you for the opportunity to address the body today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Commission, for that insight, and we deeply appreciate your being here and present today. In fact, we appreciate it with all our testifiers. Colleagues, we will begin our line of questioning with one round of 4 minutes, beginning with Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to one and all. Special good afternoon to our testifiers. I know Dr. Commission here in the well on St. Thomas, and Dr. Hall, and Dr. Cora Christian on St. Croix. I absolutely rise in support of this initiative. I always consider Dr. Heath to be a Renaissance man. I know Dr. Christian mentioned that today. It's hard to figure out what he didn't do. You know, I mean, he was a physician, he was a philanthropist, he was a pilot. I understand from Dr. Commission, he was also a boat captain. He was a businessman, he was a soldier, he was a community activist, and he played the violin. I know that he sang, but I didn't know that he also was a trained musician playing a very difficult instrument. The violin. And I mean, as a child, I remember you heard about Dr. Heath, you know about him. He always seemed, I didn't see him, but he always seemed to be somebody who was 10 feet tall, just based on his stature here in this community. I think that it is important for us, for this community to recognize and honor Virgin Islanders who have done excellent deeds in this community, who have made significant contributions in this community, just to set an example for others to emulate. And Dr. Heath, without question, is very much deserving of this accolade that we're bestowing on him today. I think the placement of his likeness in the form of a bronze bust in Education Park is definitely a fitting tribute to recognize him for his vast contributions as a great community leader. I wanted to ask Dr. Commission, though, just from your insights and perspective as a physician and surgeon in your own right, understanding and recognizing that Dr. Heath has been a physician here locally for so many decades, understanding his stature, his skill set, what did it really mean to this community? For him to have decided to practice medicine here for such a long period of time, what did his medical contributions really mean for the Virgin Islands community?
It would be difficult to list. When Dr. Heath went to Philadelphia, where Jefferson Medical School is, it was a time when there was only one black student in the school, and that was him. There were no females at all back then. He could have gone and worked anywhere. But of course, he picked St. Thomas, his home. And more than just being a surgeon, which he was an excellent surgeon, he was a person who really cared for his community. The things that he did, he didn't build Seaview for money. He built that. Matter of fact, he lost money in Seaview. He did that for the community. And again, I'm begging you, senators, that you do your best to get that open again. We really need that facility. His temperament, I never found him to lose it. He was always a calm, steady guy. And I love doing surgery with him. You heard all the things he's done, so I don't think I can add anything to that, except that I wholly support this bill.
Thank you very much, Dr. Commission. Without question, I'm supportive of the move, and I know we've had some informal discussions regarding Seaview and the sale of Seaview. I am definitely supportive of any move to purchase Seaview and to ensure that Dr. Heath's dream, like you said, he purchased and built that facility not with profit in mind, but just because there was a critical need in this community. And I would absolutely be supportive of any move to purchase Seaview and ensure that it continues to provide important service to the people of the Virgin Islands. So, Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for this initiative that is before us today. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Commission.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. At this time, I'd like to recognize in the St. Croix Conference Room Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, welcome. And as well as Mr. President, Novell E. Francis Jr., welcome. And we thank you for making time to join us today. At this time, I would like to recognize the committee's vice chair, Senator Javon E. James Sr., for your 4 minutes. Senator James, you may proceed.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I stand in support of this resolution. It is a no-brainer for Dr. Alfred O. Heath. The number one challenge for me with all these resolutions, I don't know these individuals. So I have to rely on reading the resolutions and going based off of the testimony. So I stand here in full support of this resolution. I want to touch on his 30 years of military service. And I would like to say to anybody who wears that uniform, thank you for your service and dedication to serving your country. Because I am aware of the sacrifices you have to make in order to make this country that we all enjoy a safe and better place. The education park, every time I pass there, I smile. Because when I go to places like New York and other states, they have these busts or statues for their people and those individuals who have served in various capacities all over the United States. But it fills me with pride and joy to see Virgin Islanders being respected at the Education Park. And the key thing is the Education Park. And as we speak about education, I hope and pray that our leaders within the various capacities within education continue to do their part in making sure that we properly educate our young Virgin Islanders. And as you can see, Dr. Heath, he was very educated and a very decorated individual. And I'm happy to sit here before this committee as a voting member to vote on something of this nature. Because I don't know, but I have to do a little research to find out when was the last time a bronze bus was included at the Education Park. I'm not aware of that kind of information, but I'm happy to know years later that we are adding to that section or that most important part of St. Thomas, right in the heart of town, where tourists and visitors from all over the world and locals can see Virgin Islanders who have achieved great things. He is a son of the soil. I just hope and pray, because I myself passed legislation in the 33rd legislature, or was it the 34th? I think it was the 34th legislature, to erect a monument in honor of the fireborn queens and the estate laborers of 1878. So I'm happy to know that this will be added to the list of things to do, and I look forward to seeing these things come into fruition. I'm happy to know that there's a funding source of $200,000, and I hope and pray that the sponsor of this measure did their due diligence to make sure that that is enough, because sometimes we always hear, okay, we put the funds there, but it's not enough, we need more money. But hey, if we need more money, so be it. But I really want to see this come into fruition, not 10 years from now, not 15 years from now, but at least 5 years from now. That's reasonable? That's too long? Well, I hope and pray that this comes into fruition before the governor leaves office. Let's leave it as that, before the governor leaves office. That's 3 years, right? A couple of months. But hey, this is a no-brainer. I will stand in support of bill number 35-0123, an act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in Education Park and the Island of St. Thomas. I will be there for, I don't know if they have a groundbreaking or ribbon cutting ceremony, but hopefully I'll be there for both of them. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions. This is a no-brainer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. You are indeed correct. Dr. Heath served our community valiantly. And I am one person who really enjoy giving people who have served unselfishly in our community their flowers and recognition while they are alive. And he has been honored already by this legislature, and we will continue because he made some groundbreaking strides here in the Virgin Islands for our people. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers and staff. Dr. Commission, my first question to you is, you said that you interacted with him for the first time in 9th grade. Are you of the opinion, or do you believe that that interaction had a huge impression on yourself as to why you happened to go down the same path?
Absolutely. When he came to speak to the school, it was health issues, and they would talk about keeping yourself healthy, the things that you want to avoid and things to do to stay healthy. His mission was to get people to be interested in medicine, not just as doctors, nurses, laboratory people. And so after he finished talking to us, not only would he invite us to come to the hospital or to his office, what he did for me, because he was trying to get more people involved in medicine, providing medical care to the Virgin Islands. So absolutely, it made a big difference to me.
Definitely. My next question could be answered by yourself or Dr. Christian. When it comes to Seaview and how we saw as a community how very much needed those services were, especially when it came to even the adolescent aspect of it, do you see a void, and what do you think we should do as a community potentially to really fill that? Because this was a dream of his, and he worked diligently towards it. And when you see something that is so needed, how do we get back to making sure our people are served?
It absolutely is something that this body needs to do. It's not just the patient who is in Seaview, but its effect on the community. The hospital is burdened by having to keep people in there that could normally be taken care of in the Seaview. And it means that if you're looking for a bed in the hospital and there's none, you stay in the emergency room some days for days. You're in there waiting for a bed. It is something, as I said, it's definitely not a money maker. It wasn't for him. He spent lots of money trying to keep it afloat. But it's something that this island needs desperately for everyone. One day, you might be there.
Oh, okay.
Needing Seaview.
I know.
Needing a place like that is what it
Listen,
means.
I don't even think you know what went through my mind when you said that. Because I started to calculate, like, okay, maybe I should have had kids. I'm just teasing. Yes, it is.
I would love to add.
And I would like to say one more thing. To the family, the burden of a family, to a family, when you don't have a place to take your loved one, it means you must either hire somebody to do it at a great expense or stop working. It is something that everybody needs to have that.
Definitely. Dr. Christian?
Yes, and thank you for that question. I think you're looking at the essence of why Seaview was started. It was really started out of need, a need that continues, not just for older folks, but let's start with that since the community understands that. But it's also because of the fact that as I went through my conversation, we are born, we get older, we have illnesses, and then we die. It's not just older people, it's rehabilitation as well. It's the financial burden that Sydney just mentioned to the hospital. I was the medical director for what we call quality improvement organizations. And the federal government will not give you money for people to stay in the hospital if they're not what we label acutely ill. So Seaview as a long-term facility, but skilled, it's important to know that. Not just that you keep people in a home, but you have skilled staff that are there that can meet the needs. So it's sort of a bridge between someone who lives in a home that has loved ones that love him, but people who also know how to take care of their healthcare needs. And so it has to be certified. And if you don't have the proper certification, you can't continue. That was the demise of Seaview, but it is absolutely needed. And now let's go to the adolescent program that is going to close in December. Again, an extremely good, and let me just give you a little quick story because I know your time is limited. But that program, even though it didn't have all of the participants it should, Dr. Heath would beam about how these individuals, these kids that were in trouble, just were turned around. Their grades improved. They became better citizens. So again, we look at the financial, we look at the behavioral, we also look at what Sydney talked about, the amount of concern that you have for your family member that you can't take care of because you don't know. It's a no-brainer to know that Seaview and/or an adolescent program would be continued. And I think that the reason for its demise, again, is funding. And I know that the governor is my time is up, or can I continue the sentence?
Yes, you may proceed, Dr. Christian. You may proceed.
Okay. I know that the governor, and I know that there are many senators that have questions about why Seaview. But it's really, and in fact, let me just say this quickly. If we had Seaview, Dr. Heath would still be in this community. I am his power of attorney for medical decisions. And just before this happened, he's back into the hospital again. Wouldn't he prefer to be in the hospital around his colleagues like Dr. Comisiong and Dr. Sterling and people who know him? But he's in an area where people don't know him. I mean, his daughter and so are there. But people, even within the healthcare industry, it's a no-brainer. We've got to support Seaview and get it done now, not tomorrow, now. Thanks for giving me the extra few minutes.
Thank you so much for putting that information on the record. And you are correct. We have to make sure that we do take care of as many of our Virgin Islanders, especially in a time of need when it's necessary. So I definitely will be voting in the affirmative for this piece of legislation. It is timely, and Dr. Heath did a great job in making sure that he influenced quite a bit of people, as we see here from being here in the chambers today. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
And you're most welcome, Senator Francis Heiliger. Mr. Majority Leader Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and colleagues. I too support this measure wholeheartedly, and I've reached out to the sponsor that I will be signing on as a sponsor as well. I've had the opportunity to work closely with Dr. Heath many years ago, though I was in the law enforcement field. However, he was a gentleman at heart. I believe in the things that he did in the medical field, and he really loved his Virgin Islands. So this is more than fitting. At the appropriate time, I am poised to support this measure wholeheartedly. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On the time you came back from break, I was sitting here. Thank you so much. I definitely want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you to the sponsor of this very, very important piece of legislation. I never met the man, but heard many stories of him. My father was, I guess, deep in the trenches of the Democratic Party, and he always will tell me these stories about Dr. Heath, especially when Dr. Snyder brought him back home. Some of the meetings they both will have, some very tight meeting where each one had their own way and direction they wanted to go. But both of them was really giant in the medical field to the people of this territory. Dr. Alfred O. Heath, diverse and exceptional achievement have spanned the globe, reflecting a lifetime dedicated to service, healing, and community betterment. From his invaluable contribution as a heart surgeon and a licensed pharmacist to his distinguished military service and piloting, Dr. Heath's accomplishments are testament to his unwavering commitment to the people of this territory and beyond. And this is very fitting, and at the right time, there's no reason they will have anyone that would be not in support of this measure. But I would like to start off with Dr. Christian. I want you to tell me of any encounter you had while serving in the medical field with opposition with Dr. Heath. If you had different decision directions you wanted to go, how you guys work this out?
Okay, well, first of all, good afternoon to everyone again. And I am being very straightforward. I don't know, Frankie. Can I call you Frankie? Because that's how I know you.
Sure. That's my name.
When we had Hurricane Hugo, Dr. Heath was Commissioner of Health, and I was Assistant Commissioner of Health for everything that was not hospital. And Jackie Hoop was Assistant Commissioner for Hospital, right? So here's a little situation that happened. I believe that when we have a hurricane, forgive me, I'm being very honest. If it was my house and my roof goes, what do? I put my roof back on. I don't build another, trailer or put it someplace else. I put the roof back on. And we had the Army Corps of Engineers here. We had We had Army people. So I'm not in charge of hospital. I'm in charge of outside the hospital. And the people are coming to us in the Frederickson Health Center, right down in the West, because we had our stuff together in the West, right? So Dr. Heath and I are going back and forth. I said, but Bruds, it makes no sense. We need to get the roof back on this. But instead, they didn't do that. And of course, he was commissioner. So I'm curtailing it. But we are strong-minded people, all of us in the Virgin Islands. And Dr. Heath is no pushover. He's very pleasant and he's very kind and so forth.
Yes.
And he had his way about him, right? So I lost that battle. I lost a battle. They had the death meds, and you know what happened since then. I think you were young enough to understand what was going on then, right?
Yes, definitely. But I say with sincerity, I definitely will be signing on, and I appreciate you and Dr. Commission passion for us making sure that we do something with that center. Time after time, you hear the stories of families trying to take care of their loved ones on their own, and I have been blessed to have the little strength to become a caretaker for my mom of late. And she's still good. She's still strong. So she determined to do her thing her way. So it's a challenge, but my mom is not a challenge. But sometimes when family members get real ill with dementia or any other illness, you, the family member, try everything you can to take care of them. But it comes a point in time that a center like what Dr. Heath have there is needed, because you reach a point in time, sometimes you cannot do the job that you as a child or a parent wants to do, to be there for your loved one and your family. So I sure do hope that we can find a way to make sure that, that piece of property that he invested so much of his life earning dollars keep afloat, that we can definitely keep it open. And at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting this measure, and let's see where we could go with that next piece of measure, because it's important to this territory. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. We will now recognize Mr. Vice President Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes. And before you proceed, Senator Blyden, I would like to take the opportunity to recognize our at-large Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., who has joined us. He's a non-committee member, and we want to thank you for joining us today. Kindly proceed with your 4 minutes, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you for your testimonies. Definitely, I want to start by commending the sponsor of this most important piece of legislation to award Dr. Heath a bust in the park, and he definitely deserved that. He, that type of individual, I must say that he is a gifted public servant who is dedicated and committed to the people of the Virgin Islands. He have proven that time and time again, especially in terms of his commitment financially. He purchased the Seaview Nursing Home and invested in the healthcare system by also building a medical art complex. That says a lot about an individual and where they stand with their commitment and dedication to a people. And he must be commended for that. He has always put people before himself, and that's tremendous. Many people do not do that. I know that Dr. Commission mentioned that, of course, he was also a captain. He was also a pilot and a violinist, and he usually sang in a choir at church. He sang with my father at the Moravian Church many times with that choir. Let me ask you, Dr. Commission, in respect to Dr. Heath, when it comes to dedication and someone who was dedicated to the healthcare industry, because you said he advocated and championed the cause for many students to get into the field. What is your take on Dr. Heath when it comes to that space and that type of service to the people of the territory? And what does that mean as a result?
It means we have more physicians and nurses. My wife, Dr. Watson, who some of you may know, went to Jefferson, and my wife had options. Dr. Heath insisted, no, you're going to Jefferson. That's where we went. And it's so many of us, truly, that he affected in ways influencing us to think about medicine, nursing, laboratory services. And when he went to talk to us, he was throwing hooks, trying to get students to say, hey, maybe I could be a doctor, maybe I could be a nurse. And so definitely his effort was in trying to enlist as many people into that field, because many people think it's like being and it's not. And I tell young people, you want to be a doctor? You don't have to be a movie star. You just have to work for it. And that's the message he would give and tell you how you do it. You go to school, study. That's why he had that expression. Proper planning was so important in many lives getting to go into medicine.
Okay, very well, and thank you for that. And Dr. Hall, you spoke also to his contribution and his input. And Joseph is present, serving on the Board of Trustees at the University of the Virgin Islands. Can you speak to that in terms of what did that do in terms of assisting with different policies and outcomes at the university for the students?
Yeah. Much of his service on the board was prior to my time, so I'm limited in regards to his overall board service. However, he was a member of the development committee as a non-board member for quite a number of years, and he was just very adamant about how important it was for individuals to support the university. As I said in my testimony, he agreed to co-chair the capital campaign, the first capital campaign that we ever had at the university, which raised a total of $25 million. He made the committee meetings. He made, public presentations encouraging individuals to give. He made commitments himself to give. So from a development committee perspective, he was just extremely committed. I worked with him more closely in the foundation. He was, as I said, chair of the foundation of the University of the Virgin Islands, which met on a regular basis. And their key role is to oversee the endowment of the university and to make contributions on an annual basis. And Dr. Heath, again, was adamant that the foundation needed to support the university. We receive no resistance, and because of his influence and the way in which people respected him, if he felt something was important, others felt that something was important, and UVI was always important to him. And the last thing I really would like to emphasize is the Alfred O. Heath Lecture series that had been created before I came, but I was honored to continue that legacy, to try to invite distinguished individuals to come and present at the university as a way of saying we are honoring a man who has contributed at a high level, and we want to invite individuals who have contributed at a very high level nationally. And so the individuals that I mentioned in my testimony are just a small example of the type of people we were able to attract. So he had a large footprint and still has a large footprint in the soils of the University of the Virgin Islands.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Dr. Hurlan. In closing, Dr. Carl Christian, let me ask, because you mentioned him and his dedication in serving the needs of the most vulnerable citizens in our community. Can you speak to that briefly, please?
Yes, I think, again, this is Cora Christian for the record. Thank you for asking that question. I think you have to understand his parents as well. His father, Oswald Heath, was a pharmacist, and both his, and I'd like to go back to a question before I forget. Someone asked, why did he come back home? Auntie Josie had a great influence on Al, both his parents. Oswald Heath, his father, was quiet and reserved, much of the personality that Al had, and Auntie Josie was fiery, right? But they both impressed upon both their children, Alma and Al, but specifically Al, service, taking care of those who are needy, making sure you're prepared, as Sydney talked about, making sure that you're always ready to serve. At the same time, obviously, he always was a person of stature and dressed nicely and so forth. That was another thing. You always have to look appropriate. So all of those things were embedded in him from his parents. So I think he took all of that, making sure that even though you've made it, you're going to pull people along. You're going to bring them along. And coming back to the Virgin Islands was not an option. It was a necessity as far as Auntie Josie was concerned. He was extremely close to his mom. Every day he would go and have coffee with her in the morning. Mom, what do you need? I mean, I'm telling you, she was just blessed to have a person like Dr. Heath. I know we are singing his accolades, and some people would say, well, was he really that kind of person? He was. He's a tremendous, I'm just so proud to be part of that family because he has this innate ability to be able to calm the waters in a certain way. And even and he has a fiery temper, he could get really hot under the collar. But then afterwards he quiets down and he says, sis, let's think about this again and do it another way. So I think that his personality and the way he grew up and the way his parents taught him about commitment and honoring people and serving made him the kind of person that he was. He was very, I will put this word in front of what I didn't say before, he was very selfless rather than selfish.
Thank you so much for your comments, and I would like to wrap up by saying basically you did mention several times, and my colleagues have mentioned CVU, and I do have authorship of that legislation. I look forward to working with my colleagues because Senator Joseph also is a sponsor. But I look forward to working with my colleagues and administration in terms of the funding and assuring that we can move forward because Dr. Heath, as you stated, should have been here. Like many other elders who have to leave the territory, especially at this time. So I look forward to that. And thank you so much for your comments, all three doctors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden, our Vice President. I look forward to seeing that piece of legislation come down as well and supporting it. At this time, I would like to recognize the President of the 35th Legislature, Senator Novell E. Francis, to proceed with his 4 minutes of questioning. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, you're doing a very good job today. I must commend you. But I really want to say thank you to Dr. Hall, Dr. Christian, and Dr. Commission, who again putting your passion on record in regards to Dr. Alfred O. Heath, an officer and a gentleman. 3 times Commissioner of Health under Evans, under Governor King, under Governor Farrelly, a son of the soil, an author, a distinguished military career, a musician, a licensed pharmacist, a pilot, a minister, a true Renaissance man. Everything that has been said about this individual today is certainly true. I had the opportunity to serve in his protective detail in 1994 when he ran with then Lieutenant Governor Derek Hodge for Lieutenant Governor of these Virgin Islands. Again, committing himself to really a life of service. And, we have had many conversations as we navigated between the islands, sometimes just him and I alone, while he flew between the islands, going back and forth as we were campaigning. And, again, a real true gentleman, and the conversation was always deep and wide. But I'll tell you that this individual also, the love of his life was Jerry. I saw a change in him once Jerry passed away. I mean, it really brought some sad times for him. And, I think that was really hard, during that period of time as she passed on. But, he bounced back and certainly continued his commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I really, really want to thank God for granting him this long period of time for public service. You know, he has barely been committed to public service for all these years, and no matter what, I mean, he's always there, very distinguishable. You see him at church, you see him at the hospital. You just saw him every and anywhere. You know, he always just had this demonstration of a distinguished gentleman, very, very approachable. Could have a discussion and very, very encouraging. You know, he always had something good to say about everyone and saw the good in people, and usually take the time out to certainly encourage individuals, especially young people, not just in the medical field, but in music, and just about life in general. You know, he always had something good to say about him, about you. So I wanted to ask you, I know that each of you have been asked, if you could just use one word to describe Dr. Heath, what would that be? Dr. Commission, Dr. Christian, Dr. Hall, what would that one word to demonstrate the life service of Dr. Heath?
Exceptional. Exceptional. If you didn't hear my...
I think I said it before, selfless.
Selfless. Dr. Hall?
Authentic.
Say that again? Authentic.
Authentic.
Very well. Thank you very much for that. And all of those are certainly correct. Again, I believe that he was a renaissance and an individual that has really, a local individual that has really demonstrated well for the people of the Virgin Islands. Hence, I am in full support of us putting forth a bronze bust to be displayed in wherever location. I think the hospital would have been a fine place for it to go as well. But nonetheless, I think that where have been designated equally is a responsible place for us to put Dr. Heath so that the world to see him in that location. God bless you, Dr. Heath. And again, I continue to wish you well and thank you so much for your service, leadership, and commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. God bless you. Love you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for those kind words. We will now recognize the good at-large senator, Senator Angel Boquez, for his 4 minutes. Senator Boquez, kindly proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to Central staff. And of course, good afternoon to our testifiers, Dr. Commission, Dr. Hall, and Dr. Christian. I want to start off by expressing my wholehearted support for Bill number 350123, which seeks to honor the extraordinary life and contributions of Dr. Alfred O. Heath. Dr. Heath's story is a testament to dedication, unwavering commitment, and selfless service to the people of the Virgin Islands. From his early years in St. Thomas to his illustrious medical career, Dr. Heath epitomizes the quintessential Virgin Islander who has dedicated his life to the betterment of his homeland. His roles as a physician, a military officer, a brigadier general, a public health administrator underscores a man who consistently prioritized the welfare and the health of his community. Dr. Heath's list of accomplishments, awards, and positions held within the medical fields and the public sector or public service are both extensive and very impressive. There is no doubt that his commitment and excellence has left an undeniable mark on the people of the Virgin Islands. I would like to commend the bill sponsor for this measure, and I really don't have much questions because it's sort of like we've been saying all day, a no-brainer. However, I'm curious to know, for those who worked with him very closely, can you share a personal memory that highlights Dr. Heath's personality to the sense of, I know I heard a little bit that he could get hot under the collar sometimes, because we have the best of both worlds in everybody. We have our good side and our bad side, and sometimes, we get fiery, right? So has there ever been an instance that a memory that you can recollect that you would like to share with us about his personality, whether it was a good or a bad side in the sense of that?
I don't know if you're asking me. I don't know if I can point out any one thing, but I will tell you that I never heard him say a bad word. That sounds strange, but I can't recall him ever saying a bad word, which to me is I use a lot, but I don't remember him using one. You can ask his cousin if she knows. He wouldn't curse.
Well, cousins say things amongst themselves. So let's shift gears over to our cousin over here, Dr. Christian.
Let me unmute. No, I think Sydney is absolutely correct. Even when he knows somebody is wrong, he tries his best. I know we sound like we're making him an angel, but he really had those kinds of characteristics. He would talk with me on the side and say something about, I can see what's wrong with that person, but Cora, give them a break. They mean well, because we have all these worlds. Sometimes you're in the world of hell because or maybe in a world of hunger, you're hungry. And when he gets hungry, he gets irritable. He really gets irritable. But he still would find the compassion to say, let me just stop and sit back and say that other person may be hurting more than I do. I know we make him sound, as I said, extra special, but he was. There are very few people in my life that I can say was the kind of person. Of course, he's had faults. There are things that we see that we don't need to discuss here. Everybody has faults. All of us have good points and bad points at different times. But when you put collectively together, Dr. Heath was just an exceptional human being. And what Sydney said is he never curse. He never says, if you hear him say S-H-I-T, he'll say it softly. Like it's it is a bad word in his mind. You'd hear him say it like he was embarrassed to say it. And so the point is that we really feel, I know you're asking me a question as to how he balances the difficulties that he had in life. And I'm glad that I'm trying to remember which senator, I think it was Senator Francis that brought up about when Jerry died, he was away and they called when she became ill, and he was furious because I won't tell you what the problem was, but it was something that was treatable at the time. But because they depended so much on Al, they waited for him to come, and he was furious. He said, "Why didn't you all do something?" And then he caught himself and he says, they did their best. So that's the kind of person that he was. And I hope that I answered your question, if not directly, indirectly.
Yes, and thank you for that. And I'll wrap up now because my time has been called. But what accolades Dr. Heath had under his belt? And, I wonder to myself, where did he find the time, in essence? And I guess for the young people who are listening or even viewing, you see what you could do when you stay off of those screens long enough? And you focus, you can accomplish many, many things. Thank you, Chairwoman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Madam Clerk, 4 minutes for me on this clock. I really rise in support, and I will be a sponsor of this legislation. I knew Dr. Heath. Not only did I know Dr. Heath, I knew his wife. She taught at Joseph Gomez Elementary School, and I wasn't one of her students, but I always used to admire that she would be in and out teaching. And those vocations and careers are commendable. You have Dr. Heath, who in himself is a teacher as well, and his wife, who was a teacher. I'm very thankful that I had the occasion, and we haven't talked about it, to hear Dr. Heath sing. One time I really heard, and it was just goosebumps that came on my skin because he was singing a hymn, How Great Thou Art. And he could sing that so melodiously. And there was the other time I had the occasion, never heard him play the violin, but I also had an opportunity to hear him speak passionately about the Seaview Nursing Facility. This was in 2020. I had just got elected, and I have a family member who is a geriatric physician by trade. It's much needed, and you hear me say about the silver tsunami. And we were working tag teams to see how we could do an assessment, and I did a quick one before I was even sworn in here at the legislature. And we did a walkthrough. Dr. Heath was there, along with my campaign manager at the time, Angel Wangi Turnbull. So we went there, but as the vice president said, when I got sworn in and I entered the bill request to purchase Seaview, I was preempted, and this was in 2021 by our vice president. So we need to get moving on it. It's about time. The time is here. The time is now. I also want to say I had the pleasure of serving on his campaign committee for governor. The Hodge Heath campaign, we met over here at the International Island, International Inter-Island, there we go, my memory, because I was very young, Inter-Island Department Store. That was where his headquarters was located in 1994. I met him. I worked on his campaign as any good Democrat would. I'm very passionate about the principles of our party and what it stands for, what it stood for, and the strong legacy that it has. And so was he, even though Dr. Christian, you said he was pressured by the party. That party could pressure you into doing a whole bunch of stuff because they understand the bigger picture and the greater good that we have done and we will continue to do for our people to build them up. And I really was a little bit heartbroken when he wasn't successful in his election bid to be lieutenant governor. So I have signed on at the bill sponsor, and I want to commend Senator Fonseca because, he's been really at me to bring this piece of legislation forward. He texts and he calls. He's doggedly really adamant about getting it moving forward before Dr. Heath's passing. So I really want to commend him. Now, I do have a question because, when our president asked what one word I would describe him, I would say it's love.
Time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, love, because he loved our people. He definitely loved our people. That's a demonstration of God's love. He was a man, and he is a man of faith, great faith. And he does all the work that he have done over the years because he is truly a kind and loving person. Dr. Christian, let me ask you one question. I've been back and forth looking at what we can do as far as our healthcare, especially in the area of geriatrics care, knowing that we need not only a skilled nursing facility, but assisted living facilities here in the Virgin Islands. And also mental health and adolescent care, knowing that the adolescent center is going to be closing down. We're going to have to find out what those issues are. But what do you look at and how, well, let me rephrase that. How has he influenced persons to actually now and who are here? Can you call out some names of doctors, teachers, who are in leadership positions right now in the Virgin Islands that Dr. Heath has influenced? And then I will go to Dr. Commission with the same question.
Well, I would like to consider the fact that they're so numerous, it's difficult. And Sidney said, well, you don't know his wife, Ruth, but Ruth was the medical director at the Schneider Regional, and they have produced, as a couple, Sidney and Ruth, 2 additional doctors, right? And I think that influence from Dr. Heath and all of us, we constantly, all of us, try to encourage individuals to come home. And you know, you're the right person to ask me this question, Brother Ron, but you know how close I am to Emmy. I badger him to come home. But the infrastructure here discourages them because it's so much easier there than here. But the people here need it more than there. And Dr. Heath understood that. Broads understood that. So it's difficult to call out names because they're so numerous. But the concept that you can contribute so much more here. And we're a small microcosm, many different ethnicities, many different, the Arabs sit next to the Jews. I mean, we can really make a statement to the world of how people can live together. And similarly in medicine. And one of the things that we were doing, I was working on tangentially, was trying to find out from the Board of Education, how many physicians and nurses and healthcare providers are graduates that come out of this system. And at one time, we were number 1 in the United States, proportionally, not of course in numbers, but proportionally. We've got to get back to that so that we can bring home the Treasures and the Commissions and the Christians and the Grahams and I can go on and on. There are many, many doctors that have come home, but the infrastructure stops us. So your second question, and I know I'm going a little longer, is that you have to have those institutions that function properly. And therefore, the bills have to be paid on time. One of the difficulties with the adolescent program, the bills weren't paid. So therefore, he was taking out of his pocket all the time. And because he's so diverse and had many streams of income, he could do it. But not everybody could do that. But the need was there. Similarly with the CVU nursing, it missed certification again because certain things just weren't done on a timely basis. I hope you get the sense that it isn't that we can't produce it. We've got to maintain it, and the government has to do its part to be consistent in paying these private entities, these nonprofit corporations like CVU, to be on time, because it's not the fact that he didn't have the right people there. It's that he just didn't have the financing coming in an orderly way. So there are lots of reasons, and not enough time to bring it to the forefront here, but I think it's doable. And we would, as the medical society and physicians, we will dedicate our energy to helping in that direction if we're allowed to.
Thank you. And I just want to basically close out my comments and I know you've been harassing my good cousin, Dr. Emron Walwyn. I call him Your Highness because because he was the prince for the Crucian Festival in 1994. He's a son of the soil, a Crucian, like Dr. Christian. So I've been harassing him too. And I'm hoping that one day he will come home and contribute well to the place that has nurtured and built him. But I want to close out with something that is very critical, and why I said love described Dr. Heath, and it's taken from Corinthians 13, verse 13. Lucky 13. Love, and is defining love. 3 things that will last forever: faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these is love. So this is what we're doing here. We're really giving honor to a man who has unselfishly loved our people and asks nothing in return. And also I want to add, our ability as a government to pay our vendors timely is dependent on our citizenry responsibility to pay their taxes and their fees. It's a two-way street. I don't know, I'm going to say it publicly, I don't know about other people, but I run to go pay my taxes because I know how important it is to feed the less fortunate among us, and it pays the salary of our people. So I had to run and make sure I pay my taxes. Now I will recognize the bill sponsor, Senator Fonseca for his closing remarks. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon and blessings to everyone. I bring warm greetings to all those that have provided testimony. Dr. Sidney Commission, Dr. Cora Christian, and UVI President Dr. Hall, and also to everyone listening, blessings. You know, real quickly, I want to point out one other thing. In addition to him being a general of the Adjutant General of the VI National Guard, Dr. Heath saved lives. So I'm asking my colleagues for your support of Bill number 35-0123 to create a bus to honor Dr. Heath. But you know, his vision is still incomplete. There are two things that we still need to complete Dr. Heath's legacy. And one is what we discussed, the vice president of this institution, Senator Blyden, has a bill for us to purchase Seaview. But there's another issue that Dr. Hall discussed about the medical school at the university. So we still need to complete that endowment. And Dr. Hall, I wanted you to elaborate on what's left, what's needed. I think it's about $10 million or something. Dr. Hall, can you please elaborate so that we can complete Dr. Alfred O. Heath's dream for the medical school at the University of the Virgin Islands?
I would be glad to, Senator, and thank you for sponsoring this bill, but also thank you for your commitment to this broader legacy. Dr. Heath is symbolic of why we need a medical school, because when we can produce our own physicians, we get individuals who are willing to serve the territory in the way that Dr. Heath has done for so many years. The project needs funding. We estimate a minimum of 10 million, a maximum of 20, and we are still trying to obtain those funds so that we can move this project to completion. The buildings are just about complete. Two of them are complete, and one we hope will be finished by the beginning of the new calendar year, but we will need additional funding in order to apply for accreditation and receive accreditation so that we can start admitting students.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Commission, you mentioned, because right now the hospital has those boarders. Boarders are those elderly patients who don't have the resources to care for themselves, and they're staying at the hospital, and that is the reason why Seaview is so important. As a matter of fact, if we had Seaview here, Dr. Heath, who is about to turn 94 years, he can right now be in this community. Right now, he has to be up in the Virginia, D.C., receiving care, and it should be here. So Dr. Commission, and then I'd like to close with Dr. Cora Christian discussing the Seaview. Dr. Commission?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really a shame that the man who built Seaview can't enjoy it because it's not working anymore. I hope you guys will set that up so it is open. The other thing about the medical school, a medical school is not just for the medical students. It really helps the hospital tremendously. Not only you have to be on your toes all the time because you have to be teaching the medical students, but the services that they do, what we call scut work, they draw the blood, they do the physical exam, they do a lot in the hospital. So it really picks up the quality of medical care that you get. And so both the facility and the medical school, I think, are something that we desperately need.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Cora Christian, because, we got all this settlement money for the Epstein case, all these millions. Let's put it to good use and get that $10 million for the medical school and whatever it is for the nursing home. Dr. Cora Christian, and then I would conclude. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. It's important to understand that this is an investment, not only in reference to our people, but in reference to the wider needs of our community. We are a community that is aging, and this is going to become more and more of a problem. And Seaview is only a part, but a critical piece. And what Sydney just said is that if we had had Seaview today, Al would be here, Bruds would be here with us. He'd be able to speak for himself. But that's not possible because of the fact that you have specific criteria that CMS, the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, requires, so that you know that you're getting a certain standard of care across the board. Okay? So the point is that although it's a dream, it's also a necessity for this community as we age. So I'm really hoping that this is done now rather than later. It's been over 12, 15 years that I've heard Al talking about this and trying to expand it. So I think it's really a situation where if the money is available, it needs to be put forth now. In addition, Dr. Heath has used much of his resources to get to where we are right now. And we need some of those resources to help him at least be comfortable where he is now until something else can happen. So it's a two-pronged situation for us. We need the money because I'm his power of attorney for medical decisions. And of course, everything in the States costs money. And he is owed this, I feel. Not from because you're not giving it to him free. This is a building, a facility that can serve so many needs of the Virgin Islands and take all of those borders, as we call them, out of the hospital where people who are acutely ill will be able to serve there and be able to bring doctors who will be able to come and work there as well. I mean, it really is something that works well if we start with having facilities that can serve the needs. So if today, beyond the fact of honoring Dr. Heath, we can pledge that you have the votes to allow Seaview tomorrow to be funded, so that you can start the process so that in a year or so, it can be back open and repurposed the way you see fit. I think that would be a tremendous honor to Dr. Heath's legacy as well. So thank you for asking the question. And thank you again on behalf of our family, right, to have this honor for someone who I think is extremely well deserving.
Blessings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. There's a motion. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0123, an act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in Education Park on the island of St. Thomas, and for other purposes, be favorably voted upon in the Committee of Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. Bill number 35-0123 has been properly moved and seconded by Senators Kenneth L. Gittin and Ray Fonseca. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on Bill 35-0123.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Bill number 35-0123, an act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in Education Park on the island of St. Thomas, and for other purposes, have been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Senator Ray Fonseca, you have a point of personal privilege.
Yes, thank you.
You're recognized.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I'd like to extend a deep thanks and appreciation to all my colleagues for supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. This time we will allow our testifiers to present on the record a 30-second wrap-up. We will begin with Dr. Cora Christian, who is joining us virtually. Dr. Christian, kindly proceed with your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you for that opportunity. Senator Joseph, I think you said it so well when you said love, because I think, as I said in my testimony, Al loved many things, but most of all, he loved people. And I think this is reflective in the bust and all of the congratulations and all of the testimonies that were given today. So again, on behalf of the family, and I will communicate this to his daughter and his sons and all of the extended family, of the adoration and the, how should I say, the pleasure of being here today to hear all of the congratulations and the energy that you are putting into making sure that Dr. Heath, as I call him, Bronze, is well recognized. Thank you so much for all of what you've done.
And thank you so much, Dr. Christian. Dr. Hall, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you very much. It was an honor to be able to support this bill. I am delighted that it has passed this body. I shared much about his contributions from an objective standpoint. I want to close by saying that he was my physician, and for many years when I first arrived here, and he has a special force in him that makes a patient feel cared for. And in moments when you are struggling with challenging issues about your health, he has the spiritual power to let you know that everything is going to be well. So in addition to all of those other accomplishments, it is that personal connection that he has had with so many clients, myself included, that really makes him an authentic healer and worthy of this honor.
And thank you so kindly, Dr. Hall, for those gracious words. Finally, Dr. Sidney Comisiong, kindly provide your 30 seconds wrap up.
Probably less than 30 seconds, but I can say clearly, I'm proud of you guys for doing what you're doing. It's something that too often we forget to thank people for the things that they do. And I'm proud of you guys today.
Thank you so kindly for your really succinct but powerful words. We deeply appreciate it. Now we'll ask all of the testifiers, and we want to thank you for being here, including you, Dr. Christian, for virtually being here. You are released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the final block of today's agenda.
Block 3. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in girls and women's basketball, her contributions as an ambassador for the territory, and her contribution to women's sports worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory. This bill is sponsored by Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Angel L. Bocas Jr., and Carla J. Joseph, and co-sponsored by Senators Maurice C. James, Franklin D. Johnson, and Donna Fred Gregory. The invited testifiers are Mr. Algernon Boston, Mr. Russell Bruley, Ms. Cleone Boston, Mr. Walter Welsh, Mr. Timothy Duncan, Mr. Rashidi Clements, the Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, the Honorable Joseph Bashelti, Commissioner of the Department of Tourism, Ms. Dawn Staley, Head Coach of the USC Bulldogs Women's Basketball, Ms. Christy Sides, Head Coach of Indiana Fever, Ms. Sherry Levin, former Women's Basketball Coach of Warshire Academy. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0091? Kindly recognize the mic of our Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues and to the testifiers. And I introduce Bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in the girls and women's basketball, her contribution as an ambassador to the territory, and for her contribution to the women's sports worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory. Colleagues, this God-fearing, exceptional young woman who is a trailblazer truly deserves this award. I actually want to go through the whereas clauses because I think it's very important that we capture all of her accomplishments, which are many at such an early stage in her career. Whereas Aaliyah Boston was born on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands on December 11, 2001 to Cleone and Algernon Boston. And whereas from her earliest years, Aaliyah was taught by her parents that all things are possible through faith, commitment, and hard work. And whereas at an early age, Aaliyah developed a love for basketball, and she watched her older sister, Alexis, compete. And whereas Aaliyah soon displayed prodigious talent, becoming one of the only girls to play in a boys' basketball team and leagues. And whereas Aaliyah's first basketball coach, Russell Bruley, identified Aaliyah as at an early age, which was 7th grade, as the future Women's National Collegiate Athletic Association NCAA Basketball Division I prospect. And whereas in 2014, to experience a wider competitive environment and for training and coaching opportunities, after a careful consideration family decision, Aaliyah and her sister Alexis relocated to Worcester, Massachusetts, and whereas Aaliyah's parents decided that Aaliyah and Alexis should remain in Worcester, and whereas Aaliyah played 4 varsity basketball seasons at Worcester Academy, and she led the Helicopters to consecutive New England's Prep School Athletic Council Class AA Championship in 2018 and 2019. And she is Worcester Academy's all-time leading female scorer. And whereas Aaliyah's high school tenure, her accomplishments and individual awards included the following: Gatorade Massachusetts Player of the Year 2017, 18, and 19, Naismith All-American Second Team 2019, member of the Women's Basketball Coach Association second team 2019, McDonald's All-American 2019 with 9 points and 10 rebounds for the winning East team. Slam All-American 2019. And whereas Aliyah Boston chose to attend the University of South Carolina, where she made an immediate impact on the already successful basketball program. And whereas as a sophomore, Aliyah led the Gamecocks to a final appearance in a 2021 NCAA Women's Basketball Championship. And whereas Aliyah demonstrated her resilience and determination by embarking upon additional physical and mental training, including working with Virgin Islander and Hall of Famer National Basketball Association player Tim Duncan to improve her performance and competitive results. And whereas Aliyah led the South Carolina Gamecocks to the 2022 NCAA Women's Basketball Championship, where she won Player of the Tournament Award for the Most Valuable Player. Whereas Aliyah is one of the most decorated NCAA Women's Basketball player in the NCAA history, whose awards are commendations include 4-time Lisa Leslie Award 2020-2023, 2023, 3-time Associated Press First Team All-American 2021-2023, 3-time United States Basketball Writers Association First Team All-American 2021-2023, 2-time Women's Basketball Coaches Association First Team All-American 21 and 22, Associated Press Second Team All-American 2020, United States Basketball Writers Association Second Team All-American 2020, United States Basketball Writers Association National Freshman of the Year 2020, Women Basketball Coaches Association Freshman of the Year 2020, Southeastern Conference Freshman of the Year 2020, Southeastern Conference Tournament Most Valuable Player 2021, 4-time Southeastern Conference First Team 2021, 2020, 2022, and 2023, 4-time Southeastern Conference Defensive Player of the Year 2021, 22, and 2023, 4-time Southeastern Conference All Defensive Team 2021, 2020, 22, and 23, 2-time Academic All-American of the Year, Division I Women's Basketball 2021 and 2022, 2-time Southeastern Conference Player of the Year 2021 and 2022 and 2023, Naismith College Player of the Year 2022, 2-time Naismith Defensive Player of the Year 2022 and 2023, awarded the NCAA Final Four Most Valuable Player in 2022, awarded the John R. Woodson Award in 2022, and awarded National Player of the Year in 2022 by the Associated Press, the United States Basketball Writers Association, and the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. And Aliyah have received the following accommodations and award in international competition. In 2017, the International Basketball Association FIBA Under-16 Women's American Champion Most Valuable Player, and in 2018, the FIBA Under-17 Women's World Cup All-Tournament Team. And whereas Aliyah was one of the only women unanimously selected as All-American First Team in 2022 and 2023 season, and whereas Aliyah Boston, over the course of a season of college basketball, led the South Carolina Gamecocks to a cumulative record of 129 wins and 9 losses. The greatest 4-year run in Gamecock history, and one of the 5 best 4-year run in the history of the NCAA Women's Basketball. And I want to add, since Aliyah Boston transferred and was elected to the WNBA draft with the Indiana Fever, where she plays as a center there. She was named unanimously the 2023 WNBA Rookie of the Year by the WNBA on October 2nd, 2023. And also she received all 60 votes from a national panel of sport writers and sport broadcasters, making her only the 5th unanimous Rookie of the Year selected in WNBA history. Boston also awarded the Associated Press Rookie of the Year on September 13, 2023. In addition to winning the WNBA Rookie of the Year, Boston led the 2023 WNBA All-Star Rookie Team. I also wanted to add that her accolades still continue because as of September the 1st, against the Dallas Wings, Boston recorded 27 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists, making her the fifth rookie to have at least 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists in a game. Boston also completing only 1 year in a professional sport is already branching out into endeavors of the court. As NBC Sports announced on October 9th, just this month, 2023, that she will be joining the network as a studio analyst for women's Big Ten basketball game during the 2023-2024 college basketball season. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time, for giving me the opportunity to announce this outstanding young Virgin Island.
Thank you so.
Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Blyden. We deeply appreciate it. Colleagues, we have with us in the well the lady of the hour, our very own homegrown Aliyah Boston, and she is here with the invited testifiers. And what we're going to do is I'm going to proceed first. There's one testifier online virtually, Ms. Sherry Levin. She's joining us. I don't know if she can hear us. Ms. Levin, oh, wonderful. We are going to go along and do some microphone checks, and we want to welcome you. So, Ms. Levin, a pleasant good afternoon. Oh, we can't hear you. Try again. We are not hearing you in the chambers at all. We can see you, but we can't hear you. So we'll come back again to you. I would like to start from my left. They will be the testifiers, right? Kindly place on the record your name.
Commissioner Calvert White, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
Thank you for being here, Commissioner, and welcome.
Cleone Boston.
Thank you so much, Ms. Boston, for being here.
Do I need to say my name? Aliyah Boston.
Thank you so much, Ms. Aliyah Boston, for being here.
Al Boston, Aliyah's father.
Thank you so much, Mr. Algernon Boston, for being here.
Russell Bruley, Aliyah Boston.
Speak, Mr. Bruley, don't be shy. You are coach, so you need to pull closer to the mic.
Okay.
Come closer so we can hear you.
Okay. Russell Bruley, Aliyah Boston, coach.
Thank you, Mr. Bruley, for being here.
Rashidi Clemens.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rashidi Clemens, for being here. Ms. Sherry Levin, are you still there? Let's try again with the mic. We are definitely not hearing you. I suggest that you log out and then log back in. Yes. Okay, so we're going to begin with Commissioner Calvert White to receive testimony because he has a plane to catch. And so, Commissioner White, you may proceed with presenting your testimony.
Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, members of the 35th Legislature, family of Aliyah Boston in the well. My name is Calvert White, the Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. With the long list of accolades and accomplishments that Senator Blyden just listed off, I don't think there's anything left for us to say. He said it all. But before I do give a little bit about what I know about Aliyah, I do just want to clear the record that Coach Staley is the coach of South Carolina Gamecocks, not the Bulldogs. So I just want to put that on the record. And before I carry on, I just want to say condolences to my late colleague and good friend, Darrell Mousy George. Condolences to his family. I think Aliyah and her family is to be credited for where she's at today, but I would like to think that there's a lot of organizations, nonprofit, government, that kind of help mold the way in Aliyah's early ages. A lot of people don't know, but when Aliyah's sister started playing elementary basketball in the 5th grade, Aliyah was not able to play because the rule that we had at the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation is you had to be a 4th grader to start playing elementary basketball. Her being in 3rd grade, she did not qualify to play. We'll get a rule change. But as Alexis moved up and Aliyah got into the 4th grade, she did compete in the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation Elementary League, and very early, Mike?
Media, we're
Testing,
having
1, 2.
a bit of issues, some feedback.
1, 2. Better? Can you hear me, Santa? It's still bad?
It's still coming in a little bit with a little bit of feedback. See if you can continue.
Very early, it was very evident that her commitment to the game of basketball, as she left the Calvary Baptist School and moved to Antilles, her skill level was so much more than her age group that she elected not to compete at that level. And I think that's where the nonprofits like the Zero Tolerance came in, because it also gave Aliyah an outlet, not just to not play in school league, but to play outside of the school league. I can clearly remember when Liz and Papa and Papi Spit started the Sports Park and Recreation League, where we had NBA teams for the different teams' players. And I remember players and coaches picking players. And it's interesting because I wonder if at that time, because Aliyah was one of only a few amount of girls that we had playing in those games, how that selection was. I can guarantee you now, if they could go back in time, she would have been the #1 pick on their team. But, you know, the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation have always supported Aliyah. You know, when she played in her first NCAA championship in 2022, myself and the governor was there. When she played in our All-Star game in the WNBA, we was there. When she won her first gold medal rings in Team USA under 17 and she came back home, we was there. So I just wanted to put it publicly on the record that you will always be one of us. The Department of Sports, Park and Recreation will always support not just you, but the initiative that you continue to bring forward in helping our children. You know, it's important to show that Aliyah came out of some of these programs. And when we see funding getting cut, youth programs getting cut, I can guarantee you and tell you, senators, that there are more Aliyah Bostons out there. There are more Tim Duncans out there. And that's why it's important for us to keep funding these programs and giving our student athletes these opportunities to get outside of the school leagues and get more playing time. We don't have the resources that a lot of these organizations have in the States, and that's why it's so important for us to support these nonprofits. I'm happy that, you know, as a Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation, I'm able to assist Aliyah going forward with her goals and dreams, and as far as I know, she wants to come back and really do a lot for women's sports in the territory. So as a Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation, I support this bill. And Aliyah, congratulations, and I continue to see more great things done from you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your words of support of the resolution that is before us. Now I will ask the indulgence of the next testifier to recognize our good Senator, Donna Fred Gregory, and she's here. At this time, I will recognize Ms. Cleone Boston to present her testimony on the record. Ms. Boston, kindly proceed.
Good afternoon, Cleone Boston, speaking on behalf of Algernon and Cleone Boston. So I wrote just a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, and all those joining us today, whether virtually or in person. We have gathered here today at the invitation of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection to discuss Bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her remarkable achievements in girls and women's basketball. Her contributions as an ambassador for the territory and to women's sports worldwide have earned her this well-deserved recognition. Before I proceed, let me take a moment to give thanks and praise to God for the blessings and favor that He have bestowed upon Aaliyah and our family. We acknowledge that God deserves all the honor and glory for this incredible journey He has set us on. While the proposed bill highlights Aaliyah's numerous accomplishments on the court and in the classroom, there are aspects of her life that go beyond what you see during the games. These qualities make her truly worthy of this honor. First and foremost, Aaliyah understands and embraces her heritage. She recognizes that she is a child of God, and she accepts the responsibility the wrong page. No, this isn't correct. Oh, okay. It's backwards. She accepts the responsibility that comes with that identity. One such responsibility is honoring her parents. Even at the age of 21, with a resume that rivals those much older, she seeks our guidance and advice, and she genuinely takes it to heart. She understands the biblical principle that comes with honoring her parents, the promise of long days in the land of the living. Aaliyah is not just a basketball star. She is a remarkable daughter, granddaughter, sister, niece, cousin, and friend. Her love and affection for people are unmatched, regardless of their status, title, or position in life. She sees the best in people and treats her neighbors with the same kindness and respect that she affords herself. Aaliyah's closest friends in high school were not superstar athletes, but ordinary students. She studied, laughed, and enjoyed her free time with them, demonstrating her genuine care for others. Furthermore, Aaliyah has a deep love for her community and a strong desire to make a positive impact on the youth of the Virgin Islands. She hosted her first camp last year, and while sitting there among the observing parents from St. Croix and St. Thomas, she listened to their thoughts about sports in the territory. As the camp continued, she came over to me in a humorously way and said, "Mom, how much do you think it would cost me to have an AAU team of girls from here? Not just St. Thomas, but the entire Virgin Islands." Before I could respond, she continued, "Because listening to these parents, it's like I'm in a therapy session." All I could do was laugh. I want to emphasize to parents, employers, legislative members, and government officials that we must invest in our children. Our future lies in their hands, and they are the most valuable investment we can make. Our jobs won't fall apart if we take an hour or two to attend PTAs, to watch our children's games and performances, and to provide them with our love, time, resources, and knowledge. We have to prioritize providing them with the tools they need for success. Let us inspire our youth to dream big, to speak life into their aspirations, and to believe that their dreams can become reality. Mentorship programs play a crucial role in guiding children to trust God, dream big, and work hard. As we recognize Aaliyah's achievements, may her journey inspire us to believe that even coming from a 32-square-mile island, with faith in God, hard work, and dedication, anything is possible. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts and insights.
And thank you so much, Mrs. Boston, for allowing us to share your daughter and to also give us insight into the person that she is today. Now we will recognize her coach, her former coach, Mr. Russell Bruley. Mr. Bruley, you're recognized to place your remarks on the record.
Okay, my name is Russell Bruley. I met Aaliyah Boston when she was in 6th grade, and her sister was in 7th grade. And her mother asked me to work with her girls then. So I used to walk from the racetrack over to Antilles School every afternoon. It's a 3-mile walk. I used to do it because I had skill that was no more good to me. So all I was passing it on. It was fun to me because I got a joy out of working with kids if they're interested. Understand? So I didn't mind. The walk was no problem. Now, it's a joy to sit and watch her play. It's a great feeling when I sit down and I watch her. But I know I do a good job. Understand? And they were great athletes to work with. Understand? And they were eager to learn, hungry to learn. Understand? Great accomplishment, Aaliyah. And keep it up.
That was short but sweet, and it still sends a lot about you. You wanted to add something else, Mr. Bruley? You're good.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, don't be too nervous, okay? You're in good company here. Finally, we would like, not necessarily finally, we invite Mr. Rashidi Clements to present your testimony on the record. Mr. Clements, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd also like to send my condolences to the personal family and fire family of Darrell Mousy George Sr., who was a great leader and friend. I'd like to thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for inviting me to this auspicious occasion. I had to recycle this white shirt. If anybody see a ring around the collar to match my white Adidas, because I feel like that's how you should support people who support your people. Adidas has endorsed Aaliyah, and that has given her the opportunity to do some things in our community, and will continue to allow her to do things in our community. Aaliyah Boston is deserving of every honor bestowed upon her, and is a lot at this point. As the most decorated high school basketball player from the Virgin Islands, as a Jordan Brand and a McDonald's All-American, clearly, her most recent accomplishments and accolades overshadow those, but it shouldn't be forgotten. The great Tim Duncan was not a McDonald's All-American. Her NBA with a W in front of it championships are coming, but it was during her historic high school run that Aaliyah jumped out at me. It was during that time Hurricanes Irma and Maria hit, and we were in the middle of the Tim Duncan recovery efforts. Aaliyah desperately wanted to help. Her desire to help in those efforts is what made me gravitate to the VI Giant. It was that desire to help and the assistance from her Aunt Tawana, aka Mexico, and her grandfather Cleo that made the request for Tim to work out with the budding star a no-brainer. Good people help good people. Tim had his reservations, haven't worked out with a female before, but he looked at video in preparation of her arrival, and before the first workout he said to me, "I have no idea how this is going to go." At the end of the first workout, Tim was like, "She doesn't need me." With that being said, whatever it was she did or didn't need from the greatest power forward of all time, we all agreed to work out again the next summer. Tim is proud, I am proud, the VI should be proud. Not just for her on-the-court presence, but her presence on the panel for the ESPNW Women's Sports Summit yesterday. She is uniquely her, got her own vibe and her own style. And in doing so, she's an inspiration to young women everywhere, particularly the Virgin Islands. Returning home to conduct a basketball camp, wanting to have a female AAU team are the reasons I love and respect Aaliyah Boston. We thank her, and hair supply stores and hair salons the world over thank her as she has single-handedly increased the sale and installation of colored hair. There will be a lot more whereas to add to her accolades when her basketball career is over, and I thank you all for allowing me to be here to be a part of it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clemens, for those comments. We're going to try our best to see if we could get Ms. Sherry Levin back on, but I know Mr. Bruley wants to make an additional addendum to his remarks. Ms. Levin, can you say good afternoon so we can see if we can hear you?
Good afternoon.
Oh, what a wonderful sounding voice you have. Oh,
thank you.
Sometimes it's better the second time around. Kindly proceed and welcome. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. And again, thank you for this opportunity. I am delighted to provide a heartfelt testimonial honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her accomplishments on and off the basketball court. Aaliyah is a remarkable individual whose contributions have left an indelible mark on the lives of so many. It is a privilege to acknowledge her unwavering dedication and positive impact she has made to many communities. Aaliyah possesses a rare combination of talent, passion, and an indomitable spirit that has fueled her to excel in basketball. Her natural gifts are unmatched, but the spark that energizes her to be the best version of herself is what truly sets her apart. Aaliyah consistently demonstrates an unparalleled commitment to making everyone around her better, and her relentless pursuit of excellence has not only elevated her own career, but has also set a high standard for those around her. After my first conversation with Aaliyah, I knew that she was special and destined for greatness. She was mature beyond her years, and she had set clear dreams and goals for herself. Aaliyah was willing to be coached and pushed each step of the way. She would participate in off-season workouts and go to the gym for weight training before school. Aaliyah would pride herself on doing the drills correctly and setting the standard for others to follow. She led by example and always quick to share credit for her victories. A few of her many accolades, which have been mentioned before, but again, definitely worth repeating. She was the Worcester Academy scoring record. She led the team to back-to-back New England championships. She was a 3-time Gatorade Massachusetts Player of the Year and selected McDonald's first-team All-American. Aaliyah was a friend to all, as Cleone had mentioned. I would see her on campus and admire how she interacted with all of her teammates and regular students around. She was a shining example of a community leader. While on a service trip to St. Thomas, I was able to see her handle the stress of choosing her college with grace and composure. It was wonderful to see her as a role model and example to her community members as she strived to improve the lives of those less fortunate as she led the way to feed the homeless on Thanksgiving and give a basketball clinic to young girls. What truly sets Aaliyah apart is her ability to connect with people on a personal level. Her family means the world to her, and she is guided by her faith. She possesses a rare charisma that draws people to her and thus makes them feel at ease. It is important to quantify the full extent of Aaliyah's deserving awards, but it is this that evident that her impact is profound and enduring. Her legacy is one built on honor, selflessness, dedication, and tireless commitment. In conclusion, Aaliyah is a person of remarkable character and achievements who have left an indelible mark not only on the basketball world, but on all who meet her. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
And thank you so much, Ms. Levin, for your testimony. You're remotely, but we can hear and see you clearly. Mr. Bruley, you had something you wanted to add as part of your testimony?
Yes.
Kindly proceed.
Okay, I'm going to give you my basketball history. Nobody in St. Thomas saw me play basketball since I was in 8th grade. My brother played ball in Indiana, I took a picture on another court 57 years ago. I took a jump shot. My brother was 6'3" or 5'11", and my waist is always his head. So it's cool. I have the picture with me right now. The coach, when the coach saw it in Indiana, he said, "Oh my God, wow, that's what he's doing." He said, "He's in high school." He said, "You get your brother to come to Indiana. I get him a basketball scholarship." So I went to Indiana. I played there 2 years, and I received a basketball scholarship to Texas to play against high school and junior college. I was totally unstoppable. I used to be double team and triple team and still end up with 30 points. Once I scored 30 points in 16 minutes in a game. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much,
All right, okay.
Coach Bruley, for adding those aspects of your ability on the record. So even though you have a very humble demeanor, you are a powerhouse. Wonderful. That is exceptional. Madam Clerk, I know we received several written testimonies from testifiers who are not present here today. Would you be so kind to read them into the record?
Okay. To the honorable senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, executive members of the United States Virgin Islands Department of Tourism, are unavailable for today's in-person hearing, but we would like to submit the following testimony to be read onto record on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Bashelti. Good afternoon, esteemed senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. It is with pride that I provide this testimony today in support of honoring U.S. Virgin Islands native Aaliyah Boston. From a little girl playing in the parks of St. Thomas to a collegiate national champion, first round NBA draft pick, and unanimous WNBA Rookie of the Year, Aaliyah has shown us that faith and hard work, determination and perseverance can lead to grand success. In her current role as an official tourism ambassador, Aaliyah collaborates with the Department of Tourism to raise awareness for the territory as a destination with many facets, from leisure to sports and beyond. Throughout the years, Aaliyah has made us all proud, representing the territory, and this honor is well deserved. Commissioner Joseph Bashelti. On behalf of the Indiana Fever and the entire Pacers Sports and Entertainment Organization, we congratulate Aaliyah Boston being awarded the key to the territory today. Aaliyah joined the Indiana Fever early in 2023 after an outstanding collegiate basketball career and has solidified herself as a franchise pillar in only a short time. Aaliyah's accomplishments on the basketball court, both winning WNBA Rookie of the Year, as well as being named WNBA All-Star in 2023, paralleled the positive impact she has already made with so many women and girls in sports. Aaliyah's passion and her commitment to inspire so many people in just the beginning of a successful professional career is a direct result of a wonderful family and community she grew up with in the U.S. Virgin Islands. In the state of Indiana, basketball is the most powerful source of community and camaraderie, and Aaliyah has already established herself as one of the greatest competitors to suit up in the state that cherishes basketball more than anywhere. We congratulate Aaliyah again for today's recognition and for her continuous commitment to being a role model for so many. Dr. Allison Barber. A letter dated October 18th, 2023, R.E. Aaliyah Boston. To the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Ms. Joseph, I am writing to wholeheartedly recommend Aaliyah Boston for her recognition of Bill number 35-0092, honoring and recognizing her contributions to the game of women's basketball, having had privilege of witnessing her exceptional athletic abilities firsthand. I can confidently say that she is an extraordinary player and athlete. In my 23 years of coaching college athletes, I have encountered numerous student athletes, but Aaliyah stands out as a truly remarkable individual. She possesses a rare combination of talent, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the game of basketball. I am amazed at her by her consistent drive to push beyond limits and achieve greatness. What distinguishes Aaliyah from others is not only her outstanding physical prowess, but also her exceptional sportsmanship and leadership qualities. She is not just an exceptional performer, but also a true team player, always willing to support and motivate fellow teammates. Her positive attitude and ability to inspire others make her an asset to every team that she's a part of. Furthermore, Aaliyah exhibits an impressive level of discipline, perseverance, and strong work ethic. She understands that success is not achieved overnight, but through consistent effort, practice, and determination. Aaliyah has demonstrated this repeatedly, consistently pushing boundaries and achieving remarkable results on the basketball court, as evidenced by her many accolades. Beyond her athletic abilities, Aaliyah is an outstanding individual with impeccable character. She is humble, respectful, and displays great sportsmanship both on and off the court. In addition, her dedication to maintaining high academic standards alongside her athletic pursuits is truly commendable. In conclusion, it is with great enthusiasm and absolute conviction that I recommend Aaliyah Boston for this honor. Her remarkable athletic ability, exemplary character, and unwavering determination makes her an outstanding candidate for this honor. Should you require any further again, thank you for honoring her hard work and seeing in her what we all had the pleasure to, and honored to witness the University of South Carolina the past 4 years. Sincerely, Dawn Staley, Head Women's Basketball Coach, University of South Carolina. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the testimonies for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, so much for reading those testimonies into the records. Colleagues, we will begin with one round of 4 minutes. And we will begin with the senator who arrived first out of the gate here for the committee meeting, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon. Greetings and blessing to all the listening audience, and a special greetings to all the testifiers here before us, and to everyone listening to my voice. You know, I have to say that I'm a proud Virgin Islander. I watch you on the TV, so I have a question for you. Who is it more important to beat, Tennessee or Connecticut?
Kindly, media, one moment, Ms. Boston. Kindly recognize the middle mic. Mic 4.
Hello? Oh, it's working now.
Here we go.
Well, you know, Connecticut that's always a great win. That'll always be a great win. But Tennessee's in conference, okay? And we like to be the top of the conference. So I say that they're equally balanced, but we did beat Connecticut in the championship, so.
Yeah, you know, I was so glad when you guys beat the Huskies because they were like invincible, you know? So that was great. I think the whole Virgin Islanders were proud of that because you knocked them off the top, you know. I want to also congratulate Clement White for recognizing and continuing to promote Aliyah, because she's definitely a Virgin Island hero and the whole Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. But I wanna emphasize one thing here that Mom said, right? When you mention the word faith and commitment and dedication, because you know the talent is one thing, right? But you need to have that base of the faith and the dedication. Because we remember even with Tim Duncan, when he was in the Virgin Islands, remember at one point he couldn't even make the Virgin Islands basketball team. He's one of probably the 5 or 10 greatest NBA basketball players ever, but he had that dedication. So, Aliyah, I have a question for you. Which is more important, the talent or dedication?
Faith.
Faith. Okay, well, yes, of course, faith is first. But when it comes to a player,
I mean, I would definitely say dedication, because everyone can have talent, but if you're not dedicated to continue to get better, continue to work hard at your craft, then you can honestly get comfortable. And people who are dedicated, who might not be as talented, can just continue to work and get to where you want to be.
yes, and you know, that's so important, because I wanted to go to Mr. Bruley, right? Because I used to see you out there in another basketball court and think I wasn't too good with basketball. But growing up, you know, Kimba and all of them guys, we had a lot of people in the Virgin Islands that was real talented, but they weren't so good with the dedication. And, you know, like they say, the coach said Aliyah Boston was eager to learn. So I want you to expound on that as a coach, because there's people listening that aspires to get in Aliyah's position, and they have to understand that you have to be willing to learn and have the faith and the dedication. The commitment is not all about talent. So explain that so that the people the young ones that aspiring to get in this as a coach could understand how important dedication and willing to learn.
The ability, you have to work hard. You got to work out on your own. A lot of Virgin Island athletes, the lazy and the lazy band. Okay, I have been.
Time.
You got coaches in the States to tell you, run until they get tired. You understand? And you got to be in top shape. And some people just saying you don't want to put in that time. Aliyah put in that time. That's how Aliyah where she is today. You understand? Like when Boston said, there's a lot of Aliyah Boston on the island. But are they going to commit and put in that time? The problem.
Okay, thank you. And Keon, you mentioned that we must invest in our children, and I fully agree to that. So, and of course, Clement, you mentioned that Calvert,
Time.
you mentioned about the non-profits. And so, Commissioner, I want you to give us an overview of the areas that you think that we need to improve our commitment to youths in the community.
Well, I think a lot of the times, you know, clearly, as the coach said, you have to be willing to put that time in. I think the role that we play is just keeping athletes interested in the sport. We start off at a very young age where we try to interact with student athletes. But you learn the game in the off season. You learn the game outside when you're willing to practice by yourself, when you're willing to go on the court after practice is done, come in hours before practice. Those are things that we don't teach, but what we do is we keep athletes interested. If you don't have that outlet, at some point you're going to give up on that sport. And I think that's what the nonprofits, the Zero Tolerance, the Artie Hennemans, they just give outlets for these children to see that, you know, continue playing that sport, and it may take you where you want to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the lady of the hour, Aaliyah Boston, and her family and supporting team, her parents, Alan Cleone, her coach, Mr. Bruley, Coach Bruley, of course, the Honorable Calvert White, Rashidi Clemens, and Miss Levine electronically. I think the biggest story here today is the power and the potency of family, and the power and the potency of the extended village. I think that's really the hidden thing that's here today, and I think that those contributions, the support, really enabled Aaliyah to bring out that which was embedded within her, you know, the skill and the talent. But I wanted to ask Aaliyah one thing that really was on my mind. What has been the biggest challenge that you faced in your career, and how did you overcome it?
I mean, I think when it comes to basketball, it would probably be junior year when we lost in the Final Four. I feel like, sophomore year, sorry. When we lost in the Final Four, I feel like that was just a pretty hard time because it was a shot that I could have made, but we were so close to getting to the championship game. And I think just the biggest thing for me was being able to lean on my faith, lean on my family to be able to talk about things, honestly just be strong in who I am and understand God's timing of everything. And also another part I think would be my rookie season. There was a part in the season after All-Star where I kind of hit a wall where I wasn't really being efficient enough that I thought I should be. And it was really just about praying, understanding that everything has a season, and that was my season of that little wall right there, and just being able to continue to be confident in who I am and my abilities.
Awesome response. If there's any consolation, I think I shed a couple tears that.
Me too. Don't worry.
What role does, and we focus a lot on the physical preparation when you're a professional athlete, but what role does mental preparation play in the overall scheme of things as a professional athlete?
Honestly, it's the most important part. It honestly surpasses the physicality part because at this level or at any level, I mean, you're strong enough to be there, but it's all about understanding that it's not every night's going to be your night, understanding that you have teammates that might be doing better and you might have to take a step back, and being able to understand what your role is. And I think just being able to have that mental strength to say, okay, well, this is happening right now. I need to be able to adjust in this manner. Because, I mean, in the league, all the women, like, they're already built for it. When it comes to physicality, they have the talent. But it's who can push forward, who can push through the wall of when things are hard. So honestly, I think the mental aspect is more than the physical.
Excellent. How do you handle the pressure? I know the demand. You have like 80,000 Virgin Islanders every time you step on the court. We're rooting for you. I know there's some pressure, and that's just in the Virgin Islands. I'm sure you have a lot of fans all over the country. How do you handle the pressure and expectation that comes with being a professional athlete?
Yeah, I pray a lot. I journal, write down my feelings if I don't necessarily want to talk about it. I also cry a lot. I think honestly that helps because sometimes you don't even have the words. You kind of run out of saying the same words over and over about how you're feeling. So I do take some time to cry, which I think honestly helps a lot. But also a big part is I try not to pay attention to social media. Sometimes I'll take social media off my phone, off my screen, so that I can't really look at the negative comments that people have to say regarding how I played or how the team played or what they expect from me. And honestly, it's a continuous cycle each season. It usually happens the same way. I take social media off. I don't really focus on it and just focusing on what I need to do to be successful.
Powerful. When my radio stopped working in my car, it's the best thing that ever happened to me as a politician. Because you don't hear the talk shows and some of the negative energy that really, you start your day with that negativity or that negative energy. So I respect what you're saying about taking a vacation from social media and just kind of trying to keep things positive. But my final answer is, what advice would you give to a young, aspiring athlete here in the Virgin Islands? What sort of advice would you give them?
Yeah, my first advice would honestly to just trust God, trust the path that He has for you. I think that's honestly the biggest thing, because no matter what you think, no matter what you think you're going to do in life, his plan will always come to pass. But also put the work in. I mean, you set goals for yourself, set high goals. Don't just think, oh, because I'm in the Virgin Islands, I shouldn't set high goals. Because, I mean, there's a possibility, there's a door. God finds different people to put in your path no matter where. I mean, we were in the Virgin Islands and we found people in the States that opened doors and allowed me to be able to accomplish my dreams. So honestly, just trust God, set high goals, and put in the work for it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Aaliyah. We are very proud of you. You're a very impressive athlete, but I think you're probably an even better human being, and your parents really should get some of the credit for that. Congratulations and all the best to you. And good luck being a studio analyst. That is awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you so much, Senator Potter. I really appreciate your line of questioning, and we really appreciated the responses as well. At this time, I'd like to call the Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Greetings. I made a joke with the sponsor of the measure. If I had it my way, I would have done a motion right after the testifiers. This is automatic. This is automatic, but we respect the process. And I just want to say to Miss Aaliyah Boston and her family, thank you for all of your hard work and dedication to put in Aaliyah Boston's career on the forefront, and not just on the forefront, but to the entire world, to show that we have talent here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And to the sponsor of the measure, I think great minds think alike. In my first term, I think, or my second term, I can't remember which one. As Aaliyah won that championship, and I saw the winning shot, I submitted to Legal Counsel a resolution to honor and commend her, and I was so happy. And then several days later, they told me the good senator from St. Thomas has it. What I say all that to say is that through the sponsor of the measure, I met Miss Aaliyah Boston for the very first time. That was November 27, 2019. And I think that was at the Charlotte Amalie High School. And when I saw her standing up next to me, I was like, wow, she's a beast. She's so tall. And I know from just seeing her on the court with those children at the time that she would have done great things. And mine, at the time, she wasn't even in the WNBA. She was still going through and climbing up the ladder. So to the sponsor of the measure, thank you for bringing this forward. And they say, hurry dog, eats raw meat. I remember when the governor did the march and rally for Aaliyah Boston, which was very nice, and the sign and what have you. But I'm happy that we took our time with the resolution because it's timely for the fact that she's now in the WNBA. Because at the time when she was doing those great things, she was still in college. So nothing happens before its time. And I just want to say to Miss Aaliyah Boston, you're still fresh in your career as far as being official in WNBA. But I just have one question for you. I'm not sure if this will be premature, but I have one question for you. Have you taken the time to consider, once all of this is over and you have done all these great things, what life would be after the WNBA? Have you?
I mean, not really, because I am planning to play for a really long time. Amen. But honestly, I really want to continue to do broadcasting. So I think being able to do this my first off season is just going to be really good and helpful for my career in that, because when the ball does stop bouncing, that is something that I will want to continue, because I mean, there are different seasons for different sports. So just being able to learn more about the different sports and be able to do broadcasting, not just for college, but even NBA and stuff like that. So it'll be pretty cool.
And I'm happy that you placed that on the record, because you're going to be our female version of Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, and the list goes on. So I look forward to hearing you, and you're well-spoken, I must admit. Wow, You're well spoken. Keep up the good work. And to Miss Boston, the mom, we love you. We love you. We love you. We know it wasn't easy at first doing what you're doing. And to the dad, of course. To the dad, of course, because anytime you see those basketball games, you see the mother and the father with a VI flag waving up and down, filled with joy. And any parent would have been happy to see their child from a very small set of islands representing the U.S. Virgin Islands to the entire world. So I say all to say is, if I had it my way, it would have been motion from the time the testifiers were finished. But I understand we have to go through the process. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James Sr., for your line of questioning was very keen and on point. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. And I apologize for not being here for Dr. Heath, but I had an important matter that I had to take care of. What do I say? So let me just start out by saying congratulations to Al and Cleone, first and foremost. But for Al and Cleone, there would be no Aliyah. Right? Aliyah?
Correct.
We bet. So Aliyah is, I wanna say that Aliyah, I actually knew you before you were born. Because your mom and I worked on the great carpet in the Attorney General's office with the then Attorney General, Ira Shadiran. And I remember her coming into the office having this baby. And we talked about it. And when she had her baby, we had the baby showers and we did all those great things. And who would have known that the baby that Cleone was having, Cleone and Al were having, would be a WNBA star. So I looked at the resolution that's before us this afternoon, and I started to count about all of the adjectives that describes who you are. And I had to stop counting. It's just unbelievable that a young woman, how old are you?
21, but 22 in December.
22, let's say 22.
Yep.
Who's almost 22 years old, has achieved so much in such a short time. And I'm going to ask you, what was your most humbling experience? Not only as a professional athlete now, but from the time you started playing to now, what was your most humbling experience?
You know, I don't think I've ever been asked that question. And honestly, I don't think I have anything at the top of my head that I would say is my most humbling experience, because I feel like everything is a learning experience. Like, even if something doesn't go my way, even if I think something else should have happened, I mean, I just look at it in a way of, okay, well, this obviously it's for a reason, but this is how I'm able to turn the page. And also, I don't look at it as a humbling experience no matter what the situation could be, just because I honestly try to turn the page pretty quickly, so I don't give whatever the situation is power over if I'm happy or sad about whatever the current situation may be.
Okay, that's a good response. So when I looked at the adjectives, I see volunteerism, team player, talented, committed, supporter of her teammates, extraordinary, disciplined, and on and on. And I'm going to ask Cleone, what message do you have for parents who are raising aspiring young athletes?
Give her a time limit. Give her a time limit, please.
Oh, so don't forget, I only have 4 minutes, so I'm glad you see that.
Oh, God. Advice for parents who are raising student athletes. Honestly, if I'm being honest, advice for parents, whether student athlete or not, give your children the foundation of God. because life will come at them in ways that we can't even come close to understanding, especially in 2023 and beyond. So give them that foundation, sow into them, and believe that whether you have the resources or not, that God has the power to open the doors and put the right people in their pathway. So encourage them to believe. But we have to believe. We have to speak life into them. And we have to make them understand that whatever their goals and dreams are important and it matters. And don't compare your children to no one else. Every single child is a gift and a seed that needs to be nourished and watered and provided sunlight in order for him or her to grow into whatever God have in store for them. So when you encourage them to believe in themselves, even if their pathway takes them at a road that you didn't envision, believe in your child. Too many of us believe in children who have certain last names or in certain positions, so we don't necessarily open the door or see the vision. And that needs to change, not just for parents, but for those in authority.
Thank you. I know my time has called, so I'm going to ask Madam Chair if I can wrap up, please, because I know she's a stickler for time.
Thank
But
you
I will
so
close by
kindly. You may
saying- allow me to
proceed,
finish.
Senator Fred Gregory. You may proceed.
Okay. I would close by saying that, as you see Mr. Russell Brewley and Calvert White and Rashidi Clemens, these are Virgin Islanders. But particularly, I want to point out Russell Brewley, because Russell Brewley has grown a lot of Virgin Islands athletes, to include my son and the young man, Omari Peterkin, that was on this morning. So I want to thank you. You're a very humble man. And a lot of times, we just pass you by on the road. But you have done a lot for the children of the Virgin Islands, and I want to congratulate you for that. And Cleon Al and Aliyah, congratulations. Well-deserving. You are raised in a God-fearing home, and that matters. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Especially thank you for asking that your time be extended. Very respectful. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the 35th Legislature's Minority Senator, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, welcome to our committee. At this time, I would like to recognize your fellow minority member, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, for her 4 minutes. Senator Heiliger, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. As I sat here and really listened to all the accolades that have been bestowed on this young lady, the one message that keeps coming out is her ability to put God first. And even when you watch on television the moments that she take out to just praise God and be appreciative, that's a beautiful thing to watch, because in our society, sometimes we become so disconnected. And it's a beautiful thing to see that. And as she progresses, we as Virgin Islanders are here to cheer her on. I know one of my colleagues asked the question, what business or whatever you might want to do after. Everybody's into hair now, so that's an option. We literally were outside debating which hair color, if it was red or fuchsia or pink, because and the fact that you're even having those types of discussions, it shows that there's many other avenues outside of basketball that you could go down, because you're making an impact in so many different areas. But the first thing I want to ask has to do about the camp that you have, about how many students participate in that, and what kind of feedback do you get? Because it's good when people give back. and really see a way to nurture other young people coming up in this field?
Yeah, so I did my very first camp last year, and hopefully we can get another one in the upcoming months. It was very exciting for my very first camp, just because I remember my parents would send us away for camp, send us away to Massachusetts, different camps, so that we can be able to get the exposure. So for me, it was really important for me to be able to bring a camp back here so that the athletes didn't feel like they had to leave the island to be able to work out at the type of level that we continuously do in the States. It was, I think, 35?
I think we strive for 50 or something.
But yeah, a little under 50 kids came to the camp. I mean, the feedback was great. Everyone really loved it, and so that's why I think we're just super excited to hopefully have one in the next upcoming months.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to hear positive things. Your mother spoke quite a bit about something that I was very happy she spoke about, is not comparing. Every child is unique. And the fact that they were able to see your talents and make decisions. A lot of parents might not have wanted their children away from them. But sometimes as parents, when we see opportunities that we say what might be best for our children, we make that sacrifice. And I want to applaud you too for recognizing with your children that this was something that could have potentially lead them down in a direction that definitely would expand and promote and grow their lives in a positive way. So I wanted to applaud you guys for making those sacrifices as well. Miss Levine, I know she was online. Is she still there? Hi.
Yes, I am.
How are you?
Hello.
Good.
I am wonderful, thank you.
Good. I wanted to ask you, when it comes to just noting some of the various accomplishments that Aaliyah has done, do you think that these accomplishments and things that she's done, how do you think it inspires other young women and young girls in this territory to maybe want to aspire to be in this field, or even just look at the dedication and say, even if it's not basketball, that type of dedication to accomplish and want to get to a certain level, how do you think that impacts especially young women here in this territory?
I think it has a huge impact on all young girls. Basketball, yes, but also in life in general. I think the example that Aaliyah gives is kind of the equation we all talk about. Hard work will give you results. And I think if you can always look at what Aaliyah does in her hard work and her determination and her commitment, and I will also add humility, because she was always one to give the credit to someone else. But by example, and being a leader in that way with such maturity, I think young people can look up to Aaliyah and say, I want to be that in volleyball, or I want to be that in soccer, or I want to be, a writer, but I know what it will take. And I think that is the best example that Aaliyah can give, not just in basketball, but for young people all over.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, may I wrap up quickly?
You kindly may proceed to wrap up.
Thank you.
Senator Frances
Well,
Heiliger.
I just want to give my full support with this piece of legislation. I think that it's timely just to listen to those that have had an impact and influence on you and to see the outcome. I am very appreciative, and hopefully other Virgin Islanders can see the pathway that you're headed down and say, you know what, I could do that too. So thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the additional time, and I will be voting in the affirmative.
Thank you so much, Senator Frances Heiliger. At this time, the chair will recognize our majority leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, for his 4 minutes. Senator Gittens, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to all. My greatest disappointment is that I'm sitting in the St. Croix conference room and not being there physically in the same room with you, Ms. Boston. I am proud as a Virgin Islander here today, and you have surely made a mark in the basketball world, and your career has just begun. But I can truly see where this all came from. I'm even more proud knowing your parents. I mean, I know your mom well. I know your dad by seeing him, but I didn't even know that that was your mom. But I want to thank you all for your testimony and for your commentary here today. And thank you. A special thanks to Miss, what's the name? I did write it here, Miss Levine. As you spoke about some qualities there, and two that I took away were the leading by example, and the one that you stated that Aliyah always is quick to share her credits for victories. And I mean, that is such a great quality. It took me back to listening to a sermon at a church the other day, and the pastor spoke about politicians, especially when they're campaigning and they say, I did this, I did that, I was responsible for this, and everything was I. And as I sat there and listened to that sermon, I always say, you know, that's one of the major reasons why I don't consider myself a politician. You know, there's no I in team. So I truly applaud you for that. And as all your testimonies today, as they speak of your performance on and off the court, we can truly see. I'm being a little distracted here by my colleague, but I will totally ignore him. It's your day here today. But again, I am so proud of you, Ms. Boston. I'm looking at your mom's testimony as well, and something that she said. I don't have any questions for you. It's just all accolades and praises for not only you, but your parents. And one thing that your mom spoke about is when she spoke about parents, employers, legislative members, and government officials, that we must invest in our children. And she went on to talking about investing in your children, but also supporting them at their games, at the PTSA meetings, etc. I just wish that we could do a PSA on this portion that she spoke of there, because oftentimes I say that, especially with our Little League games, you will go to the Little League, to the ballpark, and you will hardly see parents in there. And we have parents just dropping off the children as if this is some babysitting place, and don't realize that the support for these children lies in the community coming out and the parents coming out and actually supporting them. Imagine standing up at home plate trying to swing that bat, and the parent of the pitcher is there saying, strike him out, strike him out. But you who bat in, your parents are not there to say, well, stick him. You know, you're trying to hit a home run or something. So that support of the parents being there is so crucial. I just want to say again, I'm proud of you. I am poised to support this wholeheartedly and looking forward to even maybe one day being at one of your games. Thank you so much. And to Ms. Cleon and your husband again, and to even the former coach and everyone else who have helped around Ms. Boston, thank you all so much. Best wishes.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Mr. Majority Leader. At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Samuel Carrion for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it's right to say, like most of my colleagues, you know, I'm filled with pride. We're all here filled with pride by the beautiful example that Aliyah Boston is to all of us here in the Virgin Islands, but especially to our children. You know, there's everyone have said so much, and even I commend the sponsor of the bill in his opening remarks, really itemed all the accolades necessary about your career. So I'm so honored to be part of this body and part of this committee at this moment to be able to have you here before us and vote on this resolution. I think is very fitting. And it's an inspiration to not only the children and the young people, but I think also to the parents. The parents that sometimes they might feel that what they do is not enough, but also it's an encouragement to them to do more. And so I really appreciate the message that your mother shared today for all of us that are parents. You know, I'm a father of 4, 3 girls and 1 boy, so I really appreciate that message, and I can understand also the importance of grounding your children in faith, because without faith, everything else is dead. So it's important to have faith in all that we do. So I really thank you for bringing that message forward, and Aliyah Boston for exemplifying that message in your lifestyle and the way that you live. But I do want to ask you a question, and you know, what message you would give to us, leaders in this community and leaders in government especially, as to what you think we can do to be able to nurture the next Aliyah Boston? What do you think it's missing? What do we need more of? What didn't you see growing up that you would like to see implemented? So we're all ears.
Well, thank you. So I think first and foremost, I mean, just constant support. I think that's the biggest thing, because you guys are the powerhouses of everything, and everything runs through you guys. And so, I mean, it's a big job. It really is a big job, but you guys are doing great. But honestly, I think Mr. Calvert said a couple things before he left, and he talked about like when it came to funding and stuff like that. I think just being able to prioritize the kids, because I mean, just because I know Alexis and I, we had to leave. We went away for camps. I remember we did GoFundMes to raise money for my parents to be able to come and travel with us. Just almost having a strong support system where if parents need that for their kids to go away, they can say, oh, we know that the government has this fund that can provide us this amount of money to allow us to go to the States for this amount of time, and just continue support, because I mean, it is really hard for parents. I mean, if you don't, unless you come from the world of money, I mean, everything really is a bill, okay? You have to pay a bill for something. So being able to have help in that way, I think will just be important, and just honestly prioritizing the kids, like doing what the kids need so that they can feel like they're not just stuck here in a sense. Like they can have dreams, they can set goals, because they know they not only have their parents' support, but they have the entire legislature, they have everyone behind them.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I think we'd like to hear from the parents too, from their point of view.
Yeah, go on. Go.
Honestly, I think Aliyah covered it, but I really do believe, I don't want to sit here and make it sound like the government has the only role to open doors for our children. But we live on an island, and an example of Aliyah and Alexis living in Massachusetts and were able to drive to New Jersey and New York for practice every single weekend, 4 hours going, 4 hours coming. We can't do that with our children here. And I am not speaking as someone from the outside looking in. Algie and I have walked this journey. We have raised money by selling soups and cakes with her godparents preparing it, to raise funds to be able to help our children travel from the mainland, from one place to the next. I honestly would like to see a collaborative effort with some of the organizations who are supporting the youth being able to travel and to be seen. But then there have to be some type of accountability where the children aren't just traveling to travel, but that they are traveling during periods that they are going to be seen by coaches and things are going to be put in place so that it's not just a trip. But if we want our children to come back and be the next Tim Duncan and the next Aaliyah Boston that's going to sow seeds into this community, then we need to sow into them before that period of time comes so that we're not just looking to get a return on an investment that we didn't make. So we have to work together to help them.
Thank you. I just had to say, wow, it's powerful, especially your ending statement there. We have to invest. We have to invest in our children. We have to invest. They are the future. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And Aaliyah Boston, thank you so much for giving back, coming back and giving back to your community. So this is well deserved. Of course, I will be voting in affirmative, and I'm taking each and every one of your words to heart, and we'll continue to share that message with others. It's not only the government, but all of us. It takes a village to do our part. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I definitely want to say it's a pride and just joy to congratulate the Bostons, Mommy, Daddy, and Aaliyah. Your representation of the Virgin Islands on a national and international stage has been nothing short of extraordinary. You have not only brought pride to your homeland, but have also served as a beacon of hope and a symbol of what can be achieved with hard work and determination. Your efforts to elevate the profile of the Virgin Islands as an ambassador are commendable. Moreover, your contribution to women's sports worldwide have broken barriers and shattered ceilings. Your accomplishments have made history and paved the way for the future generation of female athletes to dream big and reach for the stars. Your dedication to gender equality in sports is a cause worth celebrating and supporting. As a token of our deep appreciation for your outstanding contribution, we are thrilled to award you the key to this territory. I stand here today and I was very touching to hear you say that you just cry a little. And when you go to ESPN and you listen to Jim Valvano testimony, he says, if you think a little, you laugh a little, and you cry a little, it's a complete day. So when you reach those stage and moments, I want you to understand that those are complete days, and to God be the glory for that. I want to ask my first question to Daddy though, because I ain't hear Daddy voice. Daddy know I was coming after him. Daddy's a smart guy. Come back in the well, man, Daddy. Madam Chair, please hold my time a minute because I want to talk to Daddy.
Daddy here.
Good afternoon, Daddy.
Good afternoon, Senator.
How are you doing today?
I couldn't be happier.
How do you really tell me your true deep feeling about what your young baby have accomplished thus far? How does it feel? Because I tell you this, she gonna be a champion in the NBA. So tell me how you feel.
Well, I think we had the discussion some time ago. And I think I'm still going through the motions because I think we're still paying some of her bills. So I think after we stop paying the bills, then I might feel a little better. But for right now, yeah, the bills them still coming. So
That's your father.
I pay my credit card bill, thank you.
Oh, okay. But we are happy, very proud of her for all her accomplishments, and she has some ways to go. So I don't want to give her too much right now.
Thank you. I hope I get you in no trouble, Daddy. But my one question to Aliyah, how did you balance your athletic, ambition and your class? How did you balance this? How was it? What was that challenge like?
Well, I mean, growing up, Alexis and I heard continuously, it's always books before ball. And so I'm very competitive. So even in the classroom, it comes down to like, I don't want to get a B. I don't want to get a C. I remember my very first C in science. I like lost my mind. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this isn't right. And so it's always been a priority for me just to always have, honestly, all A's because it looks pretty cool. And did I get anything for all A's, right?
Yes, we got money.
We got money for all A's. So, I mean, there was a little bonus, but I mean, that stuck with me till college. Then he stopped paying.
That's good.
See, I'm still. I started paying long time.
You guys have to be real proud because the Virgin Islands is proud. And I definitely will be supporting this to the fullest because we must always give to our people who support us and just be this ambassador spreading the word of the Virgin Islands. The appreciation for what you're doing and keep on pushing. I must say this before I close. I've been to just about all professional sports, NBA, football, NFL, Major League Baseball, horse racing, professional boxing, wrestling, you name it. I haven't been to a WNBA yet.
So you haven't been to all?
But I assure you, Aliyah, the day that I reach to your game, you're going to know that I am in the stand. I assure you that.
Which game are you coming to next year? They start in April or May.
I'm going to make it to one, for sure. And I tell you, you're going to know when I'm there because you're going to hear me cheering. Go on, Aliyah!
It's on record.
It is, and it's going to be fulfilled. Have a wonderful day and, continue going to good things. We are so proud of you. Thank you very much for that leniency, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. At this time, we'll call on the President of the 35th Legislature, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, certainly to include the Bostons as well as the other testifiers at the testifiers' desk. I'm not a member of this committee, but I felt compelled to be here today. One, as the leader of this institution, and two, as a member of this society, to share in this day of recognition of Aliyah Boston. And I really want to say that we're extremely proud of you being present here today. Aliyah, certainly you could have been able to do this virtually, but you made sure that you were here with us today. So I really want to thank you for your presence here today. We're extremely grateful for that. I also want to recognize the work that's been done by your parents in getting you prepared for this day. And to ask you, Aliyah, what does it feel like to being recognized by elected officials and being recommended for the key of the territory? That is huge. That is bestowed on a very distinguished individual. What does that feel like for you?
It's a very special moment. For me, it's honestly a blessing from God to be here, and honestly that He has allowed you guys to feel this way for this to even be possible. So I'm just super excited about it. But it really is a special moment because I mean, no matter where people always ask where I'm from, I'm like, I'm from the Virgin Islands, but I moved to Massachusetts. But I always make sure I say that I'm from the Virgin Islands because this is where it all started. Playing in the Griffith Park, Roundafield, 6 a.m. with Uncle Rudy, with Coach Bruley. I mean, this is where it all began. And so for me to be here in this moment, have my family here, it's a great feeling.
Very well, thank you for that. And I wanted to ask you a personal question. What is it about the hair? What about the hair that give you that energy? Can you tell us a little bit, that I'm sure that others may be asking themselves this as well. What is it about the hair? A lot of times we see that, when you're going up against your adversaries, that certainly you have your head swinging and your hair is going. What about that hair that really empowers you to do what you do?
I started doing my hair because my aunt, she told me that I should do color, and I was like, okay. So I started off, but I kind of started off with blue and pink. It was just bold from the jump, and then it just became a thing, and I just continued to do it. But honestly, for me, it's just being able to express what I like to do, just being confident in myself, being able to motivate young Black girls who might want to do different stuff, but don't feel like they have to confide in what society wants them to necessarily do or how their hair should look. And so I just continue to change the color of my hair because people love it, I love it, and it's just an expression of what I like to do and just being confident in myself.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for expressing that. And Ms. Cleon Boston, I wanted you spoke a lot about faith today, and I thought that was so critical in everything that's happening in your life right now. Can you talk a little bit about what you do as a family? You pray regularly. Do you attend churches together? What about the faith that really continue to drive this family and your support for each other?
Well, God orchestrated this family and put it together. So we had to start with honoring Him with the way we live our life. When Aaliyah and Alexis were in St. Thomas, we attended St. Andrew's Episcopal Church from the time they were really, really small. I could remember games that Aaliyah had at CHS, and I remember one such game was during the afternoon after confirmation. And she left confirmation with her white gown and her veil, went straight across the CHS, went straight to the bathroom, changed her clothes, and put on clothes to go play in a zero tolerance tournament. It didn't matter what else they had on the schedule, and I know going to church isn't necessarily the guarantee of anything in terms of just saying that's going to make you have a relationship with God. But as parents, we had to do whatever we could to ensure that they had that as a foundation, because nothing else in life would matter. So it was just always there, because we know whatever we dreamed for them, whatever we hoped for them, it could not happen without God. So we had to make sure they understood that. So when they go away from us, so we did devotions when they left. Before they left St. Thomas, and after they left, we did devotions, 5 a.m. in the morning or 6?
5 a.m. You knew it was 5 a.m. Tell them you had us up.
Time.
We did devotions at 5 a.m. in the morning before they got to school. It was hard because they had to had basketball games on a Sunday or practice. So that took a toll from it, but we ensured that even if we had to switch the times, and even now, as they were adults in college, we still have family devotions. The night might change based on things that we have going on, but every week right now, we have family devotions with us as a family, my sisters in Anguilla, my sister in Massachusetts, my sister in Georgia, and we do that every single week, up to present.
Anybody want to join?
We can send the Zoom link if anyone wants to join.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dad. We recognize the work that you have done in this family, as well as a coach. Thank you. And my time has been called, but Rashidi, we see you and appreciate the work that you continue to do to highlight our athletes, and we appreciate you continuing to be at the forefront of our athletes. I also wanted to ask Aaliyah if she could just put on record when is her next game. And, so we could make sure that we either watch or we participate and try to get up there to see it.
Yeah, they start in May. If you guys not busy during the summer, come hang out. Come to Indy. Bring the flags.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. At this time, I will recognize our at-large senator, Senator Angel Boquez, for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Glory be to God to the four corners of the earth. And that's what I love to hear. Aliyah, I want to say that, you deserve to be honored to get the key to this territory for your outstanding achievements and accomplishments in girls and women's basketball. You've made remarkable contributions to this territory, and you're an exemplary athlete that represents the Virgin Islands well. For the first time meeting you today, you speak very well. You're illuminating with confidence and humbleness and a very strong spiritual aura. And that leads me to believe that you are a 1 in a million type of person, and I appreciate you. Your journey has been, I've been following, and I've seen you do what you do on the court. I've watched your games, not in person, I'll get there. But you have a very good, well-rounded game. You have a high-quality passing vision, touch passes, skip, jump passes, strong defense, good shot, and when you get in the post, that's it, right? That's where you do your work. And, as a person who played basketball when I was younger as well, I can definitely appreciate watching you play the game. Today, I want to just ask some questions to Mommy and Daddy, because obviously their work that they put into you is definitely in the sense of who you are today, paying off, not in a financial way, but just that you're just such a wonderful person now that I hear more about you. And, it was asked earlier by one of my colleagues concerning how you balanced, the education and everything. So that was already answered. That was actually a question I wanted to ask. But can I find out from Mom and Dad, Mother and Father, can you tell us about Aliyah's early interest in the game of basketball? Like, how did that actually come about? How did she say, like, you know what, I want to play basketball? Like, how did that story go? Of all sports.
You want me to take this one?
Sure.
Well, Mom had them in tennis.
Oh, tennis?
Yes, they started out in tennis every Saturday. Was it Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday.
Sunday. What was it? Pee Wee? Was it Pee Wee?
Yeah, with Mr. Pee Wee.
Mr. Pee Wee, yes. It was $10 a child?
No, more than that. More than that.
I just wanted to let them know. Yeah, it was more than that. Okay. Yeah, so she would send me with them every Sunday, because then I had to pay Mr. Pee Wee. And Aliyah loved it. Alexis loved it. But I don't think it was as competitive as they wanted. And after a while, I think they got bored. And Mom decided to switch them. So you could take it from there now.
Really? Yes, they did play tennis. We decided to open up the sports. Basketball, Alexis played for a year at Calvary, and then Aliyah wanted to play, and she couldn't because they didn't allow it. And then the following year, they came and they're like, Mom, we want to play basketball. And I said, Aliyah, no. Alexis, no. They're going to put a team together today, and the first game going to be tomorrow. So no. And then I said, when is first game? She said, tomorrow. I said, Aliyah, but they went. We didn't know anything about the sport. I would be down Well, you knew, but I didn't. I would be down crying, watching them play, or Griffith, and they would be like, okay, we're on offense now. And I'm like, what is offense? Wow. What is defense? We had no clue.
So we almost had a Serena and Venus if that had happened, right?
Could have been.
Maybe it could have happened, but we're going to stick with you. Don't worry, 100% all the way. I can see now where you have that stamina, because tennis requires a lot of stamina. And one thing about you that I've noticed when you play the game, you roam a lot. You move around the key. You don't
Time.
stay in one place very much. And Madam Chair, I know my time has expired, but I'm definitely very proud of you.
You may
and
proceed.
thank you, Madam Chair. I'm definitely very proud of you, and I'm thankful to the bill sponsor for bringing this measure, and look forward to voting for it at the appropriate time. I'm not a member of this committee, but when it does get to Rules and Judiciary, it will have my full support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkes, and for your comments. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Minority Leader, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I think I'm the last. You saved the best for last. So, you know, I am a father, and all I have is daughters. Are you a daddy girl? I need that answered in public. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I like love both parents equally, please.
I got you, man, because I think it makes a big difference when a daughter is a daddy girl, because it's something a mom just can't give to their child, and vice versa. It's something a dad can't give that a mother could give. It's an equal balance, but I'm a daddy's girl guy, you know. You know, they want to give you the key to the territory. I gotta tell you how it works. I'm a Savanero. That does not include Savan. So you gotta raise your right hand, and we'll make you an honorary Savanero. Honorary Savanero. Now you could get the key to the territory. Okay? Yeah, so I just need to make it clear, you know. But, you know, one thing I want to pass on to you is, and I've said it several times here, I have stopped living by the concept of lead by example. I've kicked that to the curb, because I live by the concept of you become the example and you lead. And that's what I feel from you. That standing, were you 6'5"?
Yes.
Standing 6'5", you can't hide.
Nope.
You're a leader. Don't ever bow your head. Don't ever take second fiddle to nobody. So if you can believe in God, ain't got nobody in front of you. So those are some things that I expect of you. Because again, I'm proud of you. Like everybody else here, we are proud of you. And develop a thick skin. When you're on the top, everybody love you. The minute you fall, you're in trouble. Learn how to fall. Learn how to rise from the ashes. That's what life is about. 21 years old, you ain't live yet. You got a long way to go. Pace yourself. You're going to be great, okay? You start now with a great foundation. Now, do you have any foundations that you have of your own that people can get involved in and become a part of from the territory, that you may have any foundations?
Yeah. No, you want to take that one? The foundations aren't developed as yet, but she does have, you know, she's developing her own business. We're going to put a business in place here that we're going to run in conjunction to her company on the mainland, that will be able to put certain things in place for the use of the territory, because that is where we want to see the difference come into play. And that's definitely coming.
Good. And like I say, it's we may have missed the mark in your full development stages for whatever reason. But it doesn't mean we can't get on board with you going forward. And that's what I hope we can be a part of. The great Tim Duncan, one of the male all-time top 10 basketball players. I expect no less than you to be one of the all-time top 10 female basketball players in the world. And I'm just giving you these instructions because I know your father did. I know mom's going to give you a different set, but dad is going to tell you, if somebody elbow you, elbow them back. Just harder. Okay? But again, this is what life is about. So when you have the entire territory supporting you, you have a lot of weight on your shoulders. But again, you know, thank you for what you're doing. Highly appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep continuing to be a daddy girl. Anytime you slip from being a daddy girl, you're going to see the problem you're going to get. So just be a daddy's girl for life, and she's good. I can speak for fathers. I ain't speaking for mothers. I'm a dad. And one final question is, Mr. Bruley taught you at a young age, you're in the top of the game, WNBA. The things that he have taught you from back then, what have you carried through to where you are now?
Fun fact, he showed me a trick with the basketball. I'm not going to tell anyone because then they're going to know my trick. And I do it every time I'm on the free throw line. Like, I never fail. I find that little part on the ball and I shoot it.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Minority Leader Senator DeGraff. At this time, I will begin my line of questioning. Madam Clerk, please put 4 minutes on the clock for me. I'm going to try to stay in that time frame, but I can't hold a promise to it. I love a particular hymn. I'm a Sunday school teacher as well. And it's very important to me, that foundation in faith. As descendants of African people, we are spiritual beings, I believe, inherently. And that hymn that really moves my spirit is that God moves in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. And I know, and you can see it, those of us who are believers, the wonders that he is performing here today, because Aliyah, you have proclaimed not only here, but for the world, your faith. Your mother and your father, they have nurtured it. And that is part of the recipe for success on this journey we call life. I want to ask your coach Bruley, because I remember seeing you many a times. I grew up in Bavoni housing community. I know I have seen you walking the streets sometimes. Tell me just one thing that you noticed in Aliyah when you were coaching her and you had to walk from Nada all the way to Antilles and the like to coach her. What was that one thing that you noticed in her that you said, yes, she has the potential for greatness?
Love.
What?
That is desire and love.
The love and the desire and the love. Thank you. And that's all that sometimes we need, is that love to do the work, to put in the time and the dedication. Aliyah, Ms. Boston, kindly tell us, who is that one human being, besides your parents and your sister and your family, that you would say was so critical in you becoming the person you are today, and you saw them and you said, you know what? I can do that and be like that, or even greater.
Not my family. Well, in the athletic world, I would definitely say Candace Parker, just because of her ability to, one, be tall but be so versatile and be able to do what she does. So when it comes to someone that I look up to, I really looked up to her. But a non-current basketball player, I would definitely say Coach Staley. She played a very huge impact in me. I got to college when I was 17 years old, so it was kind of that space of just finding my voice, knowing what I want to do, setting goals for myself, and I think she played a really, really big part in that, and so I'm super thankful.
Thank you. And Ms. Livin, are you still there with us? Ms. Sherry Livin?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you still for being there with us. I wanted to ask you, what was one of the key aspects that you saw of Aliyah Boston when you met her for the first time? What were your expectations from her, and did she deliver?
Yeah, so we have had many conversations and we had many workouts, and I think one thing, she always had set very lofty goals. And within those goals, I had said, terrific, I think these are wonderful goals. And now here's how, and here's what you need to do to make those happen. She was also a very much perfectionist. So Aaliyah would do a drill, and if she didn't like the way it started, we'd do it again and again. And I realized that that is a trait that will constantly be with her and to carry her into another level, because so many people are willing to say, oh, I didn't get it right, but I'll keep going. But Aaliyah always wanted to stop and make sure that she got it right. And the other thing is her ability to really learn and listen. She always accepted guidance and coaching in a manner that was very open, and something that, we'd work on one thing and the next day she would have it down. So she constantly wanted to be the best version of herself and learn and improve. So those are some of the qualities that I think are very rare, especially for young people to have.
Time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Livin. My time has been called, and I don't want to go too further over that time. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator Blyden, the sponsor, and we really want to commend you for bringing forward this bill. You are recognized for your closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I want to start by honestly thanking the other sponsors, Senator Boquist, Senator yourself, Senator Joseph, Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Johnson, and other sponsors that will be signing on. I must say that congratulations, Cleon and Al. Congratulations for your podcast. And it was fitting that you had both of your daughters on your first podcast. I think that was very important, and it shows exactly where you stand in terms of family and commitment. How was it? Take a second and talk about it right quick before I go into my line of questioning. The experience.
The experience of...
Your podcast.
Oh, the podcast. It's been a couple of years in the making, because I've been wanting to start a podcast to share with people, us, some of the things that I've learned along this journey. So I wanted to talk about family and about faith and about finances and making decisions that can help shape our lives. And I said it a couple months back, and I said, you know what, I really want to start this, and I didn't know what to do. And I told my pastor, Pastor Carl Richardson, I said, I want to. He said, what's stopping you? I said, well, my life doesn't necessarily look like what I want to talk about. And he said, your life don't have to look like that. Just take them on a journey with you. So I started this podcast to hopefully share and encourage others. You can find it on YouTube under Cleon Boston, and it's called Breaking It Down with Boston. The first episode did have Alexis and Aaliyah because they are the foundations. And the second one just came out today, and Mr. Boston is on it.
Very well. Thank you for sharing. Also, let me ask you, in respect to Aaliyah, in respect to injuries, no one asked about it. How do you go about dealing with injuries and recovering and coming back even stronger without having a fear of being injured again? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, well, I've been blessed to have had injuries, but not any injuries that have stopped me from being able to play a basketball game. So I'm very thankful about that. But honestly, I mean, you can try your best to just continue to train, do things to prevent injuries. But I mean, in the event that they do happen, it's really just about recovery. You do what the trainers say you need to do. You make sure you come in before practice, after practice, stay longer to work on stuff. Honestly, I mean, God works when it comes to me, because I've had some injuries that I will not disclose, but that honestly should have taken a lot longer than they did, and I was able to come back within a couple days or a couple weeks compared to 2 months being out. So honestly, I mean, I just take it day by day, but I play with my mind. If you tell yourself like you're not hurt, then you're not hurt. And so that's honestly the path that I take. It works.
Mind over matter. Also, let me ask, in respect to you moving from here to Massachusetts, how was that journey in terms of dealing with that transition, and how did it affect you positively and or negatively?
Yeah, honestly, in the moment, I was just super excited for the opportunity. Like, I didn't really think too much about like, oh my gosh, like, I'm really leaving my parents, my grandparents, immediate family. It was really just, okay, this is kind of cool. Alexa and I are going to be living in the States. We've never seen snow. This is gonna be pretty fun. I think the hardest parts were probably just around holidays, but I mean our parents tried to come up, especially around Christmas and my birthday, so that we can be able to celebrate those. And they came during the summer for like travel balls, so they never missed that. But it was honestly a cool experience. If I had the chance to do it again, I probably would do it again.
Okay, very well. Rashida, let me ask you quickly, in respect to her footwork. She has excellent footwork. Did Tim Duncan have anything to do with that?
Like I said, Tim refuses to take any credit for Aaliyah's success. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today because, well, his daughter is preparing for state championships in volleyball. But Tim is extremely proud of Aaliyah. As he said, she didn't really need his help. I feel like it was more of a approach to the game than the actual instruction per se, and the work ethic of an old man who's still in tip-top shape. But clearly, his advice and skills, and he was very impressed with her footwork, considering that was one of his strong points as well.
And with him being a Hall of Famer, based on Aaliyah's journey thus far, do you believe or realize or see her having potential to be a Hall of Famer also?
Most certainly. I feel like their careers are going to reflect very similarly when it's all said and done. The Fever is going to get a high draft pick this year. Probably Caitlin Clark or Buckets. Paige Buckets, and from there they're going to be a competitor for the championship every year. After that, they competed with the squad that they had, and I look forward to the future.
I say ditto to that. Madam Chair, may I wrap up, please?
You may proceed.
Okay, in closing, I want to say thank you, Madam Chair, for agreeing to switch the days. I want to thank Cleon and her family for being here in person, because you could have done it virtually, but I think it was important for the co-sponsors and us, so we have an opportunity to speak to her in person and really have that camaraderie and have those questions answered. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Blyden, you know you can't make a motion because you're not a member of my
Exactly,
committee.
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
forget.
overwhelmed. I'm sorry.
You
I
forget
forgot.
this is not the 34th legislature. I know you are very much ready and willing to move.
Motion.
Do I hear a motion, Mr. Majority Member? Leader?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Majority Leader, kindly
Motion.
proceed with your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues. I move that Bill number 35, that's 0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in girls and women's basketball, her contribution as an ambassador for the territory, and her contribution to women's sports worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. I so move.
Second by Javon James. Second.
Bill number 35-0091 has been properly moved and seconded by Senators Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Milton E. Potter, and Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call on bill number, as well as Senator Samuel Carrion. Roll call on bill number 35-0091.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes for Aaliyah.
Senator James, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
And thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0091, a resolution honoring and commending Aaliyah Boston for her many accomplishments in girls and women basketball, her contribution as an ambassador for the territory, and her contribution to women's sports worldwide, and awarding her the key to the territory, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Colleagues, I really want to thank you all for being here, and we're going to give our testifiers an opportunity to present on the record a 30 seconds closing remark. Ms. Levine, we're going to begin with you.
Thank you. I would say that it's hard for young girls sometimes to be what they can't see. And I think what Aaliyah has offered young girls is to actually be what they can see. So sometimes people don't get the awards and recognition they deserve. There is no doubt that Aaliyah deserves this for what she has done, and more importantly, for what we all know she will do. So congratulations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Levine. And now we will ask Mr. Rashidi Clements if you would present on the record your 30 seconds wrap up.
It's truly an honor to be here today for this occasion. Well deserved for Aaliyah Boston, who has made all of us proud. The role model that she's been for young women, the role model she's been for Virgin Islanders, what she's already continued to do in terms of camps and the like. Very similar to Tim Duncan, as wildly talented as she is, considering how talented she is very, very humble. Tim was asked to make a comment that wasn't read on the record, but I was in the car when it happened and it was very short. Aaliyah Boston rocks. That's it.
Thank you so much. Then we ask Mr. Bruley if you would be so kind to present your 30-second closing remarks.
Okay. With the time I spent with Aaliyah, it was a great accomplishment because she proved it right now. She did a great work, and I hope she keep it up and get a lot better. Keep the good work, Aaliyah. Next thing,
closer to the mic.
The next thing is is to win the championship.
Yes, and we're going to proclaim it. It is going to happen in the name of Jesus. Mr. Boston, Mr. Al Boston, you have already opened up and started to talk, so you may proceed with your 30 seconds closing remarks.
She got me at a timer, so that's good. I just want to say to all the senators here, thank you very much for even considering this or making this possible for her. I know it's early in her career, but I just want to say our family is really grateful, and thank you for having us here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much as well. Now, Ms. Cleone Boston, you are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you again. As Al said, we appreciate the opportunity. We appreciate the vision that you've seen to honor Aaliyah in this way. And my heartfelt thoughts are that we will use the accomplishments that God has been able to produce through her to believe and work harder to help produce more in other Virgin Islands that are here, because they are here.
And I believe that as well. And finally, for the young lady of the hour, Miss Aaliyah Boston, you are invited to make your remarks.
Well, thank you, everyone, all the senators. I really appreciate it. This is a huge honor. Just thankful for God for opening these doors for me to be sitting here with you guys. I just want to thank you, Coach Levin, everyone here that testified, Coach Staley, Coach Wall, everyone that, Tim, that gave their story was really, really special and touching. And I just also want to say that I'm super excited about the future of the Virgin Islands because there are so many talented kids here and all they need is the opportunity and to be believed in. I'm super excited to see them be able to accomplish their dreams as well.
Thank you so much. As we bring today's proceedings to a close, I want to thank my staff. I also want to thank our central staff for working very hard behind the scenes. Thank all the testifiers, and I really want to also express my deepest thanks and gratitude to my committee members who are here very timely. I believe Ms. Cleone Boston, you wanted to say one item?
One thing, I just want to also recognize our family that came in with us today. Her grandparents, her grandmothers are here. Her sister, Alexis, Uncle Ivor is also here. And we have more. Coach Crump and Coach Blyden, everybody that came out to support us. We just want to say thank you because it truly has been a community and a village that helped Aaliyah to be where she is with God's help.
And thank you so much. I really want to also take this opportunity to convey happy birthday to my eldest daughter. She's not my natural born daughter, but God gave her to me, and I say He gave it to me supernaturally, and I am definitely keeping her. She is now 36 years old, and she is the mother of my bouncing granddaughter, Jaden, who I enjoy so much. So I really want to say happy birthday to Denitra Francis, my eldest daughter. And we will, at this time, release all the testifiers from their testimony and their presentation before the Committee on Government Operations and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection. Today's Committee on Government Operation, Consumer Affairs and Veterans Committee meeting for October 25th, 2023 is hereby adjourned.